morning, everybody. Before we start the conference, they will play the national anthem of Indonesia. So if you are here, please stand up. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So, very good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen, both online and offline. So, some people are online and some people are offline. So, welcome to the third International Conference on Management Education and Emerging Technology, or MIT 22 or 2022. I'm Assistant Professor, Police Lieutenant Colonel Vaipotkulachai from Sonsunanta Ratchapat University, Bangkok, Thailand. Today, I will be serving you as a moderator today. So now moving along to our session, I would like to welcome Ma'am Priyada Shini, the founder and director of MIT Conference, to deliver a welcome speech very soon. Ma'am Priyada Shini, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Good morning, everyone.
Okay, the floor is yours, please. Thank you.
Good morning to everybody. On behalf of Co-Research Foundation, IS Priyadashini, welcome you all to the third International Conference on Management, Education and Emerging Technology. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the organizing committee, keynote speakers, mentors, session chairs, participants, and delegates for constantly supporting us to organizing meet at Jakarta, Indonesia. Also, for the sake of convenience to our participants attending online, we are going to host this event as hybrid. I would like to extend my gratitude to our cohorts, UIGM Indonesia, the Association of Researchers of Thailand, for helping us in jointly organizing and accrediting this conference. International Conference on Management, Education and Emerging Technology, MIT, aim to set a collaborative goal for finding of new dimension in the multidisciplinary research, focusing on management, education, and advances in technology. MIT is bound to serve as a platform that facilitates the deliberation of the challenges involved in the practical implementation of all the most advanced knowledge produced in the fields of education, applied science, engineering and technology, business management, and social science and humanities. Today, in the era of advanced technology, we need more efficient ways of education in different fields of study. We hope to go a long way ahead and to achieve more ways of study in future. The progressive development around the globe has created an urge to acquire more knowledge in order to achieve more advances for upcoming generations. All professionals such as academics, students, aspiring researchers, or industry professionals are welcome to experience the meet. This convention is being organized with the intention of getting participants acclimatized to dealing with these developments. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you for joining this forum and wish all the best for the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ma'am Sijada Chini, for a very warm welcome speech. Next, I would like to invite our guest speaker to give a speech on the topic entitled The Role of Bioinformatics Study Program in the Progress of Life Science. Today we will have Dr. Ali Aditya Parikesit. Before he starts his presentation, I would like to introduce him first. Dr. Ali Aditya Parikesit is the Vice Rector of Research and Industrial Collaboration and faculty member of Bioinformatics Department at ITRIAL. He finished his bachelor and master degree in Chemistry Department, Faculty of Mathematics and Science, University of Indonesia. His master degree was streamed in biotechnology. In order to pursue the degree of bioinformatics, he was awarded the AD Fellow to conduct doctorate research at Bioinformatics Groups, Faculty of Informatics and Mathematics, University of Leipzig, Germany. Doctoral research is focused on the utilization of modern protein domain annotation techniques to the 3 domains of life. In addition, Dr. Ali is also an expert on immunoinformatics, in silico drug design, and in silico transcriptomics. His interest now extend into the domain of artificial intelligence or AI as well. Dr. Ali, please. Thank you.
Okay, test. Thank you very much for the kind introduction from the moderator. Could you proceed with the slide? Yes. Okay. Good morning, everybody. So my name is Arli Aditya Pargesit. You can call me Arli. So I am the Vice Rector of Research and Innovation in the Indonesia International Institute for Life Sciences, and I also a faculty member of the Bioinformatics Department here. Yeah. So what I'm going to present here, actually one of our most promising program in our institute, which is the Bioinformatics Study Program. This is a part of School of Life Sciences. So actually we have 2 schools. One is Business School and the other one is, of course, School of Life Sciences. So I would like to next. So what is actually bioinformatics here? So I want to take your attention to the epistemological background of this study program. So if you see that this is actually a union of 3 bachelor degree majors: statistics, computer science, and also biology. And this combination between formal sciences and also the life sciences is we have bioinformatics here. So this is actually a multidisciplinary study program. Yeah? So because it is multidisciplinary, yeah? So it will provide the multi-skills to the graduates and also will provide the opportunities to the various job fields. So this is actually the formal definition of bioinformatics, yeah? A combination between biology and information technology. So what we are doing here is to collect, classify, storage, analysis of biological information using computational techniques. So we will see what kind of biological information and computational techniques that we will cater in here. So this is what our vision and mission, a kind of normative statement. So we are becoming the center of education and research innovation of big data in life sciences or bioinformatics in Asia. So basically our graduates should be able to retrieve, analyze, and store biological database, yeah, from all of our partners in building network of collaborators like with you, all of you here, yeah, of course, and of course to provide research and community service to the scientific communities. So what will be, we already understand the vision and mission of this study program. So what will be the goal? So this is, I think it's going to more clear to analyze the raw biological data for research of functional products, so products that is useful, yeah, and solve the related problems. So what will be the examples here? It's not really far away. The examples are drugs, vaccines, diagnostic and hospital robotic developments. So it's very various because we are a multidisciplinary study program. And then maybe some of you got questions, what will be the difference between bioinformatics and information technology or IT? So actually there are some similarity here. For instance, in programming, yeah, IT and bioinformatics both learning R, Python, and Java. They are the cornerstone of modern computer science major. Also in database, we learn also MySQL, yeah, but we don't do game development, yeah. We don't do network and system design, and also software development. We don't do that deep, yeah. But we also cater the website development areas as well, yeah. We did omics data analysis, some multi-major course, and this is some governmental regulation, the Merdeka curriculum. I think it's typical for Indonesia, yeah. And we have some uniqueness. So actually we don't have much competitors, especially in Indonesia, because I think we are first bioinformatics study program in this country. Actually we have some other more, yeah, in preparation also, yeah. And in here we see that, and our program is full in English, yeah. So we provide classes in English. So it's research based and project based. Next. So we are the first in Indonesia. We are already accredited by BANPT. This is the Indonesian National Accreditation. So actually based upon the recent development, we are going to be accredited by LAM Infocom, or Indonesian accreditation body for the computer science. Yeah. So this is the things that we actually going to do here. We can do disease prediction, so improving quality of life in all species. We do personalized medicine and finding new biodiversity. We have research in all of that directions. So we of course we have to see what will be the market for this study program. Yeah. So actually the market is growing. This is from year by year. So this is several $billion growth, yeah, for the market of bioinformatics. So biological data, whether this is a data from yourself or ourselves, data from our genes, that information about the disease that we got, our ancestry, it's a gold mine, yeah. It's a new oil, yeah. It's a new oil. That information is having a value. It's not. And actually to cater that, our study program have conducted, actually this is an internal competition. We also asked our colleague from business school, from other study program, food science and so, to immerse in this health tech competition. Yeah. So some of the students won this much of award. Yeah. So we want to develop the state of art AI technology. Yeah. So what is this all about? Yeah. So the winner of this competition is securing funding from Indonesian government, DIKTI, Indonesian Higher Education Institute. Yeah. So what we did is we are developing EKG, portable EKG for heart disease, yeah, and also machine learning based chatbot and independent health monitoring. All of them, the prototypes are ready actually. So we are collaborating with industry to develop that with some hospitals actually. Yeah, and these are the students that is involved. And actually, I invite you to check directly our prototype here. Just click to this link and you can stumble upon our prototypes. Yeah? We developed this based with in collaboration with Lira Medical Hospital in Karawang. So this, we also developed this EKG. Yeah? So this is, you can see a prototype of EKG development. These are some of the electronics. We put the cable in the body. Actually, we already tested this to some of our self. Yeah. So we got the electronics ready, but for the synchronization to the handphone, I think it's still on the progress. Yeah. So you can see the video in this link. Yeah. I give the slide to the committee. So I mean, you can ask for the information to the committee. And then we also develop a drug interaction database. So collaboration with Lira Medica Hospital as well. Yeah, for this one is for database development. Yeah. And so this myself, because basically COVID-19 is an international scandal. It's not only just health issues, it's issues to encompassing business, politics, and also on. So that's why our team is also working to COVID-19 drug development. Yeah. So actually, for these studies, we did the computational studies, and our collaborators in pharmacy study program, it's doing the toxicity study. So we are conducting animal studies for our drug candidates, and we are going to publish our results very soon. So this is basically just the past research project. We did research about cancer drugs. We collaborate with Amazon. We collaborate with NVIDIA as well. Two big IT companies to basically develop this drug design based upon the non-coding RNA. So actually, you can also check our student talks, what bioinformatics can do for precision medicine. So this is a talk show with some of our students who's conducting an internship in National University of Singapore. I think it's one of the top ranked university in Asia. Yeah? So we know some people in there in the Department of Biochemistry. We send the students, and you can check the result of their internship in this YouTube. So feel free to do that. And we also got some students publication here. So our alumni here has published this manuscript in Springer, and then and also our alumni here also published a manuscript in MDPI genes about COVID-19 genome surveillance in this country, yeah, with collaboration with UGM Universitas Gadjah Mada. And then just very fast, so these are our alumni. Some people becoming a PhD student right directly after they finish their bachelor. It's rare in this country actually. And then there are some people who's working in Japan, in Singapore, and all. Most of them are, but also most of them are still working in Indonesia. But some of them, like Mika here, she's a Japanese, she's working in Japan after graduated. Yeah, some working abroad, becoming freelancer, and so on. And then, so these are the prospect of bioinformatics in Indonesia and beyond. I think in regional wise, vacancy medical school. I think because some medical schools also in this country, they are making bioinformatics research clusters. So there are opportunities there, and we are benchmarking also from NUS. NUS is having a bioinformatics research cluster in their medical school. Yeah. So, and also a researcher in veterinary and also pharmaceutical industry. And there are another talk show here. You can check it in this YouTube. Some of our alumni, they are working in industry. Yeah. And actually we have various partners from Kalbe Pharma, Ministry of Fisheries, and NVIDIA, Amazon, and also these are some of our international partners, including NUS, of course. And maybe there will be, of course, some more and some hospitals. Okay, you have any questions regarding our program, you can contact me here, yeah? Telegram, line, Twitter, and email. And thank you very much for your kind attention. Please, I would like to take questions if you have any.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ali. Thank you so much. So we still have time. And if you would like to have a question, so please do not hesitate to ask Dr. Ali. Anyone from the floor or anyone from online? No? Okay, if there is no question, actually we have we have one question from our audience, our participant. Okay, please.
Okay, Mr. Arli, thank you for your presentation. I would ask about what the first in Indonesian. I'm not clear about that when you show presentation here. Okay, thank you.
So okay, thank you for your question. So the first in Indonesia, it means the first granted study program in this country by, of course, by Indonesian government, by Dikti. So we are the first. It's not based upon the rank of, I don't know, Sinta or something, but this is the first. It means that the first bioinformatics study program in this country. We have actually one more, I think, in Makassar. I know in there's universities opening that. But I think some years after us and also some other universities such as Andalas, IPB, and they are UII, they are preparing this study program as well, but still under discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. Anyone from online? So if there is no question, actually we have a question and answer in the afternoon session. So we have around 10 or 15 minutes in the afternoon. If you have some question, you can send us the question, or maybe you can ask by yourself in the afternoon session. So next, I would like to invite the keynote speaker. Today we will have around 4 keynote speakers, but in the morning session we have 2 keynote speakers. The first one is Dr. Grace Sitra Devi. She will talk about the effect of the social media marketing brand credibility toward customer attitude to Gojek online public transportation system. So before we start, I would like to introduce about Dr. Grace Sitra Devi first. She is an assistant professor in Faculty of Business, Universitas Situputra, Surabaya, Indonesia. She got a Bachelor of Science in University of California at Berkeley, majoring in chemical biology, and master degree in the University of Tokyo, majoring in international studies. And she got a PhD in Rutgers Business School, Newark and New Brunswick. Her major is strategy. And she has also have a non-degree training, for example, the training at Lee Kuan Yew School of Public Policy in Singapore. And she is the Lee Kuan Yew Senior Fellowship in Public Service Program. And also participated in a training at Said Business School, University of Oxford. And she has a professional experience because she used to work with World Bank as a financial sector specialist. She is responsible for strategic policy, technology, and economic issues to reform Indonesia payment architecture, and as an executive officer of the President of the Republic Indonesia, and also the advisor and member to the Indonesia COVID-19 National Task Force. Oh, she has a very great experience. And she will, as I told you, that she will give you a speech in a topic that is very interesting. So Dr. Glass, she might be very busy, but she will send us the video to give her presentation. Okay, let's show her video, please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono. On behalf of Dr. Grace Sitra Dewi, I would like to present her paper. The first, she would like to thanks to CRF, Core Research Foundation, the organizing committee, steering committee, Mr. Ankit Raj, Mrs. Priyanka, and Mrs. Priyadarsani. Dr. Chris Citra Dewi paper title is The Effect of the Social Media Marketing and Brand Credibility Toward Customer Attitude of Gojek Online Public Transportation System. Dr. Chris is assistant professor, a lecturer in Faculty of Business and Management in University of Ciputra, Surabaya, Indonesia. This paper will be presented in the third International Conference on Management, Education, and Emerging Technology, ICMate, will be held in Jakarta at 22nd of October 2022. Terms of this ICMate is empowering recent trends in education, science, and technology. The organized by Core Research Foundation, CRF in India. The topics of this paper: research background or the outline, literature study, research method, result and discussion, conclusion and references. The research background. Number one, the social marketing has turned into a significant part of digital marketing technique for brands and organizations. Number two, the force of social media necessitates that everyone keep awake to date. Number three, Gojek Online Public Presentation System has utilized and drawn in with social media. Number four, social media will guarantees and consistently as a market leader. Number five, influencer marketing empowering the use of influencers to drive a Gojek's brand message to reach the target segment. Number six, type of social media stages like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Number seven, in marketing, endorsement plays a big role in being able to achieve companies' good reputation and business goal. We have seen the types of social media: YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and other types. The objective of this research paper is to analyze the effect of social media influencer marketing and brand credibility toward customer attitude in Gojek Online Public Transportation System in Indonesia. Social media influencer marketing, this is the literature study. Number one is social media influencer marketing. Freeberg stated that a social media celebrities as another kind of autonomous outsider endorsers who shapes crowd mentality through sites, tweets, and the utilization of other social media. Social media influencers utilize this equivalence channel offerings extraordinary worth to clients and publicists. Brand credibility. The definition of brand credibility is when producers are unsure with regard to brands and market is portrayed by deviated data. For example, firms find out about their item, then do purchase it. Brands can fill in as signs of item positions. The other ones, lanes Peczynski stated that brand credibility is one psychological factor that could trigger the buying impulse of consumer. The definition of customer attitude inside the setting of shopper conduct as a consistent inclination to act as need beyond substantial circumstances with respect to a specific article or a gatherings of items. Isaac's agents stated that attitude toward the behavior, subjective norms with respect to the behavior and perceived control over the behavior are usually found to predict behavioral intention with a high degree of accuracy. Chance recommended that good attitude toward a product is important indicator that can show purchaser purchase expectation. The research method of these people uses a quantitative approach using multiple regression analysis. In this research, there are a few variables related with social media influencer marketing, brand credibility, and customer attitude. The null hypothesis is rejected. The hypothesis, it means there is a relationship between social media influencer marketing and brand credibility to customer attitude in Gojek online public transportation system in PT Gojek Indonesia. The recent model, we see the independent variable is social media influencer marketing, SMIM, and the second is brand credibility, BC, and the dependent variable is customer attitude or CA. The result and discussion, we have the data of PT Gojek Indonesian company. We can see there are many of products. There are many of product of Gojek. This is the new logo. This is the old logo. This is the product of the Gojek Indonesia company. There are GoRide, GoCar, GoSend, GoFood, and GoBase, and many other of the product. There are transport and logistics, payment system, food and shopping, business and entertainment. This is the some of expos, sure, the picture of the Gojek's online transportation system. This is GoRide, GoSend at the same day, and GoCar. The characteristic of respondent, table number 1, the gender. The male is 25 respondent, female, 75 respondent, and female is 76 respondent. The total is 151 respondent. And the occupations, the student, 116, public or private employee, 26 people, entrepreneur 4 people, others is 5. The age, we can see below 17 is the total number of is 0. Between 17 till 24, 149, and between 25 till 30 years old is 1. Above 30 years old is 1. Sorry, this is 151. The descriptive statistic table 4 show the mean value of the research variable score. The mean value of social media influencer marketing and brand credibility as an independent variable and customer attitude as dependent variable perception score respectively is 3.5099, 3.5629, and 3.0806. Its mean exceed the neutral. The result and discussion. The multiple analysis, we can see the equation of this analysis is CA as dependent variable as 0.6734 plus 0.416 SMIM plus 0.427 BC. Its mean the contribution of social media influencer marketing SMIM, brand credibility BC respectively are 0.419 and 0.27 positively to customer attitude, and the highest contribution to customer attitude is brand credibility variable. The conclusion of this research is social media influencer marketing and brand credibility has a positive effect toward customer attitude. Number 2, brand credibility has a positive effect toward customer attitude and the higher contribution to customer attitude. Number 3, social influencer marketing has a positive effect toward customer attitude and the lowest contribution to customer attitude. This is the references, the biodata of Dr. Grace Chitra Dewi. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I think we have time. So if you would like to ask the question about these research findings, so maybe you can ask the question. Anyone from online? No question from online. And anyone from the floor? No? Okay. I think the next...
Thank you, the moderator.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Thank you so much. So I'm not sure that Dr. Janakon is here, is online.
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, you are here already. So maybe we can start our next session, right? Okay, next session, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Janakon Toprayun. So before we start, I would like to introduce him a little bit. Dr. Janakon Toprayun is a recipient of the Most Active Researcher Award. He published and presented around 812 research papers in various national as well as international journals, conference, and also guide around 50 PhD scholars and around 68 master students. And He also the author of 50 books. Wow, so many books in various areas. He has delivered several keynote addresses and invited lecturers at both national and international conferences. He has also delivered around 42 video lectures on YouTube with maximum of 40,000 hits. Oh, interesting. Maybe you can ask him for his channel and subscribe for his channel too. Dr. Janakon will give a speech on the topic entitled Sustainable Entrepreneurship at the Sub-District Administrative Organization level. Dr. Janakon, are you ready?
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I will
for
give you the
interview.
floor. Thank you. Please.
All
Thank
right,
you.
All right. Firstly, I gotta thank you for it's organized for give me is a good time and new experience for the keynote speaker today. You know, is my introduce. You know, like I can do I'm done for the book 50. Book already, but the Thai language, you know, but I have one or two something like that, the English language. Okay, usually I can still is editor board journal, and then now I am chief executive Bang Sompun sub-district administration. You know, come to be academic to the government already. Okay, this my topics. Let me show you. I cannot share my topic. All right. Okay. Everybody can see my presentation, right? All right. Okay. Is my topic today sustainable entrepreneurship at the sub-district administration organization levels? I am assistant professor Dr. Yanakon Thorpayun. I gonna have something for talk to everyone. All right. Okay. You gonna see is my news 8 months ago when I come to be chief executive, you know, have the gunman like shooting me, want me to die, but you know, I am is really lucky. Now I gonna, you know, past is bad news already. I come to be back to the academic again. Okay, let everybody know what I am. Okay, and my topics I got the have menu. The firstly introduction. The second, how the entrepreneurship in the Thailand, and third, political administration, how to do for the entrepreneurship in Thailand. Okay. All right. When we call entrepreneurship, I would like to focus to SME. We call like a small and medium entrepreneurship, or also important of the economic system such as to local. You know, when we talk about the Thailand, in Thailand we have between I think between 80,000 SME from Thailand. We have is a big SME between, you know, like 30% from 80,000. And usually we have the entrepreneurship is the small one. Usually the small one use value added by the product from farmer, like from corn, from rice, from fish, from cow, from chicken, like that. It's a SME is born with the product and do value added, you know. And SME is the first one, help create jobs, values for the people. I mean, you know, the SME got a process for help family and help a neighbor, help the village usually. But some SME, like I talk about, is a big SME. Big SME like a company, company can help the people by village, can help the people by sub-district, can help the people by province. Gonna do make the product value added and take the band and have the process include the labor from the village, from the sub-district, from the province. And the second, generate foreign currencies. I mean, the generate is better for find a new product, for find recruit the labor from village. Okay, and the third, reduce the import of the foreign products. Is technology now is a technology. You can make product by YouTube. You know what I mean? I mean like somebody do something like a YouTuber make the product and include YouTuber, and somebody can learn for the teachings, for the touching, and then making. Is SME can do reduce the import of the figure in the products. You know what I mean? All right, like my sub-district, we got looking herb. I mean, we call katom. Katom, the old people use it, eat for make the strong and can work for a long time. The katom is the herb, Now we gotta have technology, we gotta have the new product, we gotta have the, is what you call the technology. We gonna do, for the drink, make the katom herb. I mean, katom herb make the product is the drink for it easy for the use it. Okay, and now in Thailand, got a popular cannabis. Some country call marijuana, some country call hemp. But I think the people understand the cannabis. Now the Thai people is popular from the youth marijuana to the products, drink and the herb and some food, from advertiser, some a lot, used by the cannabis. But I want to show you review the imported by the product, how the people doing by SME, because it's a trend. I mean the Thailand trend now. We got the going up and wake up from the herb again. A lot of the SME make the product by herb. All right. And four is the studying point for doing business. I mean, usually the people want to keep the benefit by the product, benefit by the business. Right. How we can focus in the point by business. Usually the people make business because need money income, need more benefit. But now I think the people have a new mindset. Gonna be do the new mindset is healthy coming, business and healthy patch, and the benefit okay coming, and then the labor coming too. It's small business, you can do business for yourself, for your family itself. And when the business make the SME is going up, you can recruit more labor, you can recruit more machine, you can recruit more a lot the product. You can do it. Okay, is SME the small and medium entrepreneurship is doing business, okay? And 5, associates with large event and the other manufacturing sector. You know, it's easy for the when you use manufacturing sector, but you should be the spend money a lot because it's a machine very expensive. The machine can do more product, but the machine very expensive. The firstly, SME can do, you know, the labor for themselves only. When the business going up, the manufacturing, the coming. Just what kind the business by the SME product? Usually we can do value added by farm product. I mean the example like by fish farm, we can do sausage, we can do fish ball, we can do meat ball, we can do a lot of kind by Thai style, you know. Manufacturing is easy for how can do is more product. I mean make the product is quickly, but you cannot spend the money by labor and special job for the give the another for control manufacturing, and then you cannot pay for electric by the machine because machine work for long time, got keep you money too, but you can more product more too. All right. And 7th is a sort of skill development. You know, when you quiet the technology going up, should be not quiet. Should be not quiet. You can look more in the YouTuber can you know, for the new experience, for the new how we can do the products, you can learn and for free because YouTube is need more people follow them. Okay, and then you can read by the internet. Some people have the knowledge include by internet and include by book, include by a newspaper, include by a lot of the way. Okay, and the last one, training the economic system. I think the economic system is the process by governments. Give me a moment because my employee come. Okay, all right. Sorry, because my employee got asked me to bring the car for the help the people. All right. You know, this time is my sub-district. A lot fresh water now. I cannot come late because I visit my people, what's going on, what them. And now I cannot waiting for help people, the fresh coming, you know, make the flower. I mean the farmer have the problem like fish farm, chim farm. When the fresh water come, you know, the fish go out the river, the chim go out the river, you know, is the problem for my sub-district. I don't have the time for the presentation today. I got want to know is my topic. We got how we can do SME. I mean the small and medium entrepreneurship. How we can do when the sub-district can do to the SME. You understand what I mean? Because the sub-district we can have more the labor and the chip too, and have the more first product. I mean not value added. We got to have a more first product for making to the value added, right? I think first we gonna show the people for knowledge first, knowledge how you can gonna do for the learning is your product can making, all right. And the second is market is very hard. Usually the people make it the product, but them don't know how to market. I mean, where is the market? Okay, I gonna change mindset from my people, from my sub-district. Firstly, you gonna should looking market first. Who is pay for you? Who is want your product? Who is one need service from your product? When you have the market, and the second, what you plan, what is the first product for the value added is done for the your product. You can plan like MOU and make the for the looking and where is the price is cheap for you, make it price is cheap for you to process a value added, right? And the last one, the governor, I mean my sub-district look like a governor, how we gonna do and help the people for make the sustainable SME. First, I call to you already knowledge. Two, what is the market you looking? And the third, the governor support. What is support? Help the process like a promotion and the being to the festival, being to the website, teaching for how we can sell online and offline too. I think today I has something to do. Sorry for short time the presentation for my topic, because I have something to do from my sub-district. Okay, thank you for listen, and somebody have question can ask me. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yanakon Toprayun. I heard the news in Thailand because I'm from Thailand, so I heard that it's very big issue at that time. And your driver and also your advisor was shot dead at that time, right?
Yeah.
So sorry to hear about that.
No
And I hope that flooding in your area will be will be better soon. Will be better soon. So anyone would like to have the questions, both on the floor and online? Okay, if there is no question, thank you so much, Dr. Yanakon. Maybe see you in person in Thailand very soon. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah.
So everybody, now 10 o'clock, we are ahead our schedule, so we have plenty of time. So I think I would like to have a 15-minute break for everyone, and then we come back again at 10:15. 10:15. Okay, the first presenter will start a presentation at 10:15. Okay, have a break for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Agar kita bisa mendukung sebuah produk belajar untuk persiapan kita mengelola.
Okay, now it's 10:16 already, so we will start our first technical session. So everyone online already? Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our first technical session. So I would like to introduce the evaluators of this session. Actually, we will have Dr. Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono. He will be online. And me, Vaiput Kulachai from Thailand. We will help each other to give some comment to the presenter. And please be informed that in this conference, we will have the best paper and the best presentation award. So I wish everyone do your best. So you might get the certificate of best paper or best presentation. We will announce the winner at the end of the conference. So let's start with the first presenter. So you will have 15 minutes to present your research. So let's start with Dr. Ali Nasid to present his article entitled Educational and Managerial Skill Implementation in Archive of Finance Foundation. Dr. Ali, are you ready?
Hello, Dr.
Oh, video,
Ali.
right?
I have seen the
Okay.
video.
Okay, please watch his video presentation. Okay, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono. On behalf of our research teams, there are Dr. Ali Nasid, Dr. Muhammad Fahim Taraba, Dr. Muhammad Fadil, Dr. Abdul Basit, and me. The first, I would like to thanks to organizing committee of this international conference on management, education, and emerging technology. Will be held in Jakarta at 22nd of October 2022. The themes of this IC Meet is empowering recent trends in education, science, and technology. Our research title is Educational and Managerial Skill Implementation in Archive Orphanage Foundation. The outline is research background, introduction, research background, literature study, research methods, result and discussion, conclusion, and references. These introduction or the research backgrounds is, number one is the increasing of number of the Indonesian population, now about 270 million people, the total of citizens in Indonesia. Number two is Indonesian absolute poverty, and number three is about 4,400,000 children in Indonesia are orphans or have lost one parent. Number four, government's social aid. This is the table one, show poverty alleviations allocation, number and percentage of poor people in the year of 2014 till 2041. For example, in March of 2021, there are about the budget allocation is about 49.93 trillions Indonesian drawing right, and number of poor people is about 27.54 millions. Is about 10% of the total population in Indonesia. The data source is Indonesia population census on 2020 till 2021. Mid-year June in thousand of people is 270 million and 203,000 and 900. That's in 2020, and 2021 is more than 272 million people. The objective of this research is to describe of educational, managerial skill, and orphan satisfaction in Al-Kaf Orphanage Foundation. The literature study, the first we would like to define about management. Stephen P. Robbins defined management is the process of coordinating and overseeing the work activities of others so that their activities are completed efficiently and effectively. We can see in figure number 1. This is the management is include planning, organizing, leading, and controlling to achieve the organization stated purposes. Number 2 is definition of education. There are the action or process of educating or of being educated, also a state of such a process, or the knowledge and development resulting from the process of being educated, a person, a little education. And the other one is the field of the study that deals mainly with methods of teachings and learning in school. The definition of satisfaction is fulfillment of one wishes, expectation, or needs, or the pleasure derived from this. He or she smile with satisfaction. Another definition is satisfaction is the feeling experienced when one's wishes are met. And the other one, definition of implementation as an act or instance of implementing something, the process of making something active or effective. The research method using qualitative approach or subjective method. Research and discussion in the year 2000, Mr. Yazid, it's about 20 years old, the young leader of Al-Kaf Orphanage Foundation, started to manage the Orphanage Foundation. Mr. Yazid lived in a small house to protect the orphans from the sun and rain, and there of his living room not more than 200 square meters. Mr. Yazid neighborhood did not believe that he can manage the orphans. Now in 2021, Alcaf Orphanage Foundation keep in touch with the orphans, about 70 orphans boys and 60 orphan girls. Some of them live in Alcaf Orphanage Foundation are younger babies of the age of 2 weeks. They live in a rural area. The area is about 14,000 square meter in Malang Municipal. Table 2 show the orphans activity. Let me see. The activity is daily, weekly, and monthly. For example, the leader plan the activity. This is one times monthly, and the leader manages the financial allocation and design a financial report to the donors is daily once and monthly once. The staff teach the Islamic religion subject matters once a day, okay? And the staff teach the subject matter is 4 times per day. And we can see the another activity. This is the activity number 18 is orphans, boys and girls help each other to wash the dish bowl 3 times per day after breakfast, lunch, and dinner. The other one of result and discussion is resulting to the climate and ambient temperature decrease because of the large plants. Also, the cost of living per person is cheaper and becomes sustainable. One businessman, also a donator, who had raised and sold the koi fish as his own business, has signed the cooperation with this Alcaf Orphanage Foundation. The businessman sent koi fish, small koi fish, and small catfish, and the orphan raised the fish for a few months, and then the businessman will buy back the fish. This is the picture about preparing meals 3 times per day. This is the orphan girls preparing cookings and cutting the ingredients, preparing the meals.
1 minute left.
This is the cultivate koi fish and Nile fish. They have some pools to cultivate or to raise koi fish and raise the goats. The orphans learning religions and praying to God. Before praying to God, they wash their head and their foods, learning about Islamic subject matter. Sometimes the donors invite the orphans, girls and boys to get a dinner outside in a restaurant or in a recreation place. This is the orphan girls and the staff and the author. The conclusion of this research, the result of these observations inform about the young leader may manage as well as possible the increasing spirit of the orphans scale, and the orphans also help each other. The increasing sustainability of orphanage affects the foundation financial and management. This is the references, the biography of Dr. Ali Nasid. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much. This is a nice video from the presenter. So I would like to inform you again that in this session, the first session, we will have Dr. Ali. He is the Vice Director of Research and Industrial Collaboration, and also the faculty member of Bioinformatics Department at I3L. And also Dr. S.C. Lackman, the Director of Information Technology Department, FEU Institute of Technology, Philippines. These two professors will be the evaluators of this session. So this is to inform all of you. Okay, the next speaker will be me, right? Okay, I will move to the front to present my paper. Okay, wait a minute. Thank you.
Yeah. Can we ask questions with the presenter number 1?
Okay. Okay. From online, right? Okay, please. Thank you.
Okay, please. What kind of question?
Yeah, okay. My question is, first and foremost, let me commend the presentation. My first question is, what's the gap that you're trying to solve, and how this research can solve the gap that you have indicated?
Pardon? Slowly, please.
Okay, my question is, based on the discussions that you have mentioned and identified, what is the gap that you're trying to solve?
You mean the gap between?
Correct. That's the gap. What's the gap that you're trying to solve? And how this research can solve the gap that you have indicated?
You mean the gap between before or after?
That's correct. The research
Yes.
gap that you're trying to solve.
This is the first research. So we try to observe, to collect the data first. Then we try to, after that, we will try to give a treatment to improve their income. For example, they try to raise the koi, the catfish, the other fish, and goat as regularly or conventional methods. So we will try to increase his knowledge, their knowledge, to use the special feed for catfish, for koi, for goat. So for the short time, the weight of the fish, goat increase optimally. It is.
Okay, thank you. As a rejoinder to that, no, in the technicality of the paper, you mentioned that the researchers used the qualitative approach of research, right? So may I ask the proponent what method under the qualitative research that you have used in the conduct of your paper?
This is only for proceedings. So for journal paper, we have improved using the statistic method So more completely, okay? This is only for a proceedings book, okay? Do you have suggestion?
Yeah, maybe in your future works, you could use, since this is a qualitative approach, you have interviewed a lot, the comprehensiveness of interviewed have been indicated. Maybe you could use methods of qualitative, such as thematic analysis, sentiment analysis, to further improve the results and discussions. So by the way, congratulations for the job well done.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I use the service quality. So we have many of variable. For example, responsiveness, empathy, tangible, and then the responsibility, responsiveness, and one of tangible. Okay, we have five variable for a journal publication. Okay, that's thank you. Okay, we use service quality. Okay.
All right, thank you. I have no more questions. Thank you.
Okay. See.
Thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Lackman, for your comment. And Dr. Ali, do you have any comment for the first presenter? No, not yet. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, next I will present my paper. Okay, may I have the pointer, please? Thank you. Can you see my paper report? Okay. Okay, today I am pleased to present my paper entitled Impact of Perceptions of Organizational Politics on Job Burnout and Job Performance among the Thai police. Because I used to be the police before, so that's why I study about the police. So I quit my job 8 years ago. So this paper, we study only police officer in Bangkok. As you know that politics in organization is, you can find every organizational politics in every organization, right? Maybe sometime when you work at your workplace, somebody might stab your back, right? Somebody might gossip you. This is the problem that happened in our organization. And some studies said that found that perception of organizational politics has a positive impact on organization, and sometimes also have a negative impact also. For example, Sharma and Cooper, they found that positive relationship between perception of organizational politics and job burnout. And also some people, some scholars, they found a relationship between job burnout and job performance. And some said that there might be a positive relationship between perception of organizational politics on job burnout as well. So that's why the objectives of my study is to examine association between perceptions of organizational politics, job burnout, and employee performance. This is the objectives of this study. So we have three hypotheses. The first one is perception of organizational politics has a positive influence on job burnout. And the second one is it has a negative influence on job performance. And we also have the third hypothesis is like job burnout has a negative influence on job performance of police officer in Thailand. So I would like to give you some information about the methods of this study. The participants of this study were 572 police officers who attend inspector, superintendent, and commander training courses held by the Police Education Bureau in Bangkok. They were selected using simple random sampling. And we have the three measures. The first one is job burnout. We have the combat alpha of 0.914, sorry. And for job performance, we have 0.796. And the perception of organizational politics, or POPS, we have 0.875. And for analysis Actually, before we run our structural equation modeling, we analyzed like a CFA, confirmatory factor analysis, to check whether the validity and the reliability of each variable before running SEM. So the finding of this analysis, you can see that the chi-square is about 29.484, and we have a 22 degree of freedom. So the norm chi-square is 1.34. It is below 2. It's okay. And the p-value is 0.132, and GFI 0.989, GFI 0.977. And we also have CFI 0.997, IMSEA is 0.024. And also we have IMR 0.021, and NFI, we got 0.988. This means that this model is fit with the empirical data. So that means that it's not working. Okay. Okay, backward, okay. Good. Yes, I press next slide, but it's not moving. Okay, this is the main finding of this study. So we found that organizational politics has a positive influence on job burnt out. This also supports the findings of previous study. For example, Baker and Costa to 2014, and also the study of Sharma and Cooper. The second one is we found that perception of organizational politics also had a positive influence on job performance of the police. This one is not consistent with the previous study. This is quite weird. So that's why I will make like an in-depth study in this context again, because it's quite different between the context we study in Thailand and also when compared with the context of European country. And also, you know, as we study about the police, when compared with private organization, it's quite different. It's quite different. So maybe you can ask me the question later. And the third findings is we found negative relationship between job burnt out and job performance, which is in line with the result of previous academic studies. So I would like to recommend that the senior management of the police officer, they should place important on the perception of organizational politics in the organization, because if they play something like bad politics, tactics, that might affect many people. Some people might tired about this situation, and they might quit the job, or they might have a big burnout, or they will have lower performance. So that's why they need to consider more. And most importantly, the workload of policemen is very, very, you know, every policeman in every country, I think they have very workload. Because for example, for me, sometimes I have to work 7 days a week. Or even in the holiday or the big festival, you cannot go back home to see your family. That is quite quite stressful. So if you need freedom, just quit the job. That's why, because I like freedom, so I quit my job. But you know, it's happy to work there sometime. I know that every policeman, they work very hard, so I know that. Or even in Indonesia, traffic police, they work hard as well, right? Because the traffic is very congested. Okay, senior executive must monitor the policy, increase as well as fairness promotion of the police as well, because it is related to the performance of them, and related to the level of politics that we play to get more salary compared to the others. And illegal organizational politics should be banned in an organization since it affects performance of the people and also the police officer in Thailand. So this is my recommendation. So if anyone have the questions, I'm pleased to answer all questions. Thank you.
All right, can I ask a question? Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Lackmans, please, thank you.
First and foremost, let me commend the presenter for the presentations. Your title is about impact of perceptions of organizational politics on job burnout, job performance among Thai officers. Actually, in your title, you have three main variables. The first variable is the perception of organizational politics. Second is the job burnout, and then the third is the job performance. No, and I'm happy that you have used some validity checking reliability tests in terms of the different instruments that you have used in the perceptions, organizational politics, job burnout, and then job performance. Okay, after you have identified the results in terms of the correlational values, whether it is positive or negative of the relationship of your three main variables, such as the job burnout, job performance, and then organizational politics, how these findings can be used for future policies and recommendations?
Oh yes, as I found that organizational politics has a negative impact on job performance and job also job burnout, right? I submitted this paper and discussed with the police because I still have a key role in the police, Royal Thai Police. So I let them know about this result. So we discussed about the result with them, and then we try to push into implication. And the first thing they have to do is now they ask me to make a survey on the attitude of the police in the eastern region of Thailand as a pilot project. And then they will use this result to make a policy on organizational politics and also job burnout in the police force. Thank you.
All right. As a rejoinder, no, because you use structured equation modeling and then the results are very generic. In a way, the results are, it has a one result per different variable, no. I just want to ask, as part of your future research, maybe you could try to identify the different components of job burnout, job performance, and then organizational politics. Maybe in the future of your research, you could try to determine what are the factors that affect the different constructs that you have mentioned. So that's part of your future work. If you could identify factors affecting this kind of research so that you could use some other statistical analysis such as regression modeling, regression analysis, and some other regression techniques that you could identify. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Lackman. Okay, maybe in the future, I might use other technique to analyze my data, and there might be other important variable that we can use in the future study. Thank you so much for your comment. Thank you.
Thank you so much as well. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any question from the floor? Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Waipot. That was interesting presentation because you presented not only based upon the perspective of a researcher, but also the perspective of former police officer. Yeah. That is interesting. But there are some questions from my side. So I just wondering whether your method is universal. For instance, is it applicable to Indonesian police as well? And the next question is, does culture play a role here? Because you said your finding is in discrepancies with what the Westerners find. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much all.
Okay, I would like to answer the first question. The first question, I think it can be applied for the police force in Indonesia as well. Maybe we can, before we apply this result, maybe we should conduct a research in Indonesia too, and compare between Indonesia and Thailand whether it's consistent with each other or not, and maybe some researcher who would like to study about the policy in Indonesia, maybe I can use this writing to reference, and then we can make a comparative comparison later. And for the second question, it is the result. It is not consistent with the previous findings. This one I would like to explain that. Okay, I will check out my paper. Wait a minute. Because we found that organizational politics had a positive influence on job performance. Actually, the previous study, they said that they found that organizational politics has a negative influence on job performance. But in the police force, you know, they are very competitive to get promotion. So they play organizational politics. They use a political tactic to get promotion. For example, they try to build their image, make people impressed with their performance. Sometimes they go to have a good connection with the wife of his supervisor, and sometimes they use money to get promotion. This is quite different from private companies. So sometimes even they play the political tactics, they also has to do the work. That's why the performance is a little bit higher compared to other study. Why? Because not only they pay money, they make a good impression. They have to work hard as well, because the competition is very competitive. That's why it's quite different from the context of a private organization. Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if there is no more question, I would like to move to. Oh, now I'm back to be as a moderator. Okay, okay. And the third presenter is Romel Joseph. He will present his paper entitled "Utilization of Selected Quality Control Tools in Identifying Problems and Effectiveness of Operational Procedures of Cold Storage Warehouses." Mr. Romel will present his paper online. So, Mr. Romel, are you ready?
Yes, sir. Do you hear me?
Okay, I give you 15 minutes to present your paper. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My research entitled "Utilization of Selected Quality Control Tools in Identifying Problems and Effectiveness of Operational Procedures of Cold Storage Warehouses." Um, um, by the way, I am Romel Joseph, and I've used to work in the cold chain in one of the logistic solution provider here in the Philippines, and our company is a cold chain provider. We are providing a cold storage services to the different sector of the company. So cold chain logistics has been identified as a business opportunity because it provides a valuable extension to the life of the products, allowing supplier to reclaim market overseas while also meeting local demand caused by growth. So the business model of the company, since we are providing warehouse management, order processing, transportation, and inventory management, our warehouse also accommodate different types of temperature from the different product requirements of our client. We can accommodate products from -18 to -25. 1 degree Celsius, 1 degree to 5 degrees Celsius, 15 to 30 degrees Celsius, or controlled temperature. So since our company is a new player in the cold chain industry, we have some problems and challenges need to address. The researcher tend to conduct survey to establish a prioritization in solving problem which has a greater contribution to the efficiency of warehouse management system, because problem will occur in the services offered because no preventive action was generated and no one is responsible in measuring the effectivity of the problem solving. The researcher used CPOC as my research paradigm. So the supplier input and output process and customer model is a study that summarizes the concept used by the researcher. The block diagram, the high-level flow of all the fundamental factors required to achieve the study main goal. Its first two blocks show the person profile, age, sex, position in the company, education, and length of service. It also includes a warehouse assessment in terms of inbound, outbound picking, dispatching, and inventory. The process block concentrated on the data collection procedure via survey questionnaire. The collected data was analyzed, presented, and interpreted using various statistical tools. The output block displayed the study finding, conclusion, and recommendation on how to identify the solved problem. So my statement of the problem, the main objective of the study is to identify the problems encountered and provide solution in the current setup of GMI operational procedure. The study will answer the following question. What is the demographic profile of the respondent based on the following variables? Age, sex, position in the company, education, length of service in the company, and warehouse management. What are the issues faced by the respondent on the current setup of standard operational procedure in terms of the following selected quality control tools? Pareto analysis, fishbone diagram, root cause, or YY analysis. Third, is there a significant difference on the gravity of the issues faced by the respondent assigned between warehouse on the current setup of standard operational procedure? Fourth is, what is the level of effectiveness as perceived by the respondent of the current setup of operational procedure? Fifth is, are there any significant indicative difference on the level stage of effectiveness as perceived by the respondent on the current setup operational procedure in selected cold storage warehouses when they are clustered based on profile? So the scope of this study depicts only on the GMI cold storage at warehouse department. So the significance of this study revolves to the government for them to benefit from the internal implementation of problem-solving tools, the company to provide insight on how to develop warehouse management in order to achieve the quality service the company will provide to their clients. To the student, this research may assist students in gaining knowledge and identifying the skill set deemed necessary for their course. For the future researcher, the completed in progress research study may be used as a future reference for students and readers, assisting the company in improving warehouse management while reducing waste. So I use different journals, books, and other references in this study. This diagram discussed by the authors related to literature. Bert and Irving elaborates the importance of and benefits of inventory system using RFID, barcoding, and robotics. They also apply the benefits of automated forklift, while Hompel and Smith discuss warehouse management system, the achievement of economical, technical, and organizational goals required optimize operational processes in a warehouse or distribution system. Mulkaki explained the role of logistics management in supply chain management. Imram M. Wasim tackles about leadership, and Richard shared the facility planning. So researcher considered the aforementioned topics and focuses on the corrective and preventive action to ensure consistent efficiency of the operations as well as the resolution of problem occurring in the organization. So my research methodology, the researcher used descriptive method using the 85 population of our company using Slovene formula. So I have 1 warehouse manager, 10 warehouse supervisor, 18 inventory analyst, 18 warehouse checker, 11 warehouse picker, 12 operator, and 15 quality assurance. The descriptive method was used to gather data to test the hypothesis and to resolve the current issues of the subject of the study. So my research instrument is individual interview, group interview, survey questionnaire, and using Google Forms, because during the pandemic, it's hard for me to conduct a face-to-face survey questionnaire. So I use the Google Form as my tools in conducting my survey. So the statistical treatment that I have used in my research are Pareto analysis, cumulative frequency and percentage distribution, t-test, ANOVA, and Sloven's formula to get the number of population that I need to conduct survey. So based on the result, as you can see in the result, the demographic profile of the respondents, which I have considered, are age, length of service, sex, position in the company, education, and warehouse assignment, because our company composed of 2 buildings, the phase 1 and phase 2 and phase 3 and phase 4, but we are offering the same service. So majority of the respondents belong to the age group of 20 to 30 years old, with 51 or 60% of the total population. Classifying respondents according to gender, male represent majority of the respondents with 51 or 60%, whereas the remaining 34 to 40 are female. In terms of role and position, the company tied in the first part are warehouse checker with 18 or 21.18%, and inventory analyst with 18 or 21.18%. A large number of the respondents maintain the accuracy of inventory and monitor the correct quantity of inbound and outbound of the operation. In our we use the inbound term in receiving the products from the client, and outbound is used to withdrawing the product, releasing the product of our client. In terms of education in the company, 85 respondents, majority of them are college graduate, equal to 61 or 71.76%. In terms of length of services, among 85 respondents, almost half of them have 2 years of work experience with 35 or 41.18%. Lastly, categorizing respondents in terms of warehouse assignment, among 85 respondents, majority of them are located at phase 3 and phase 4 with 42, 50.59%. So measuring the level of effectiveness of the respondents using the X test. Here overall, the respondents are very effective on the level of effectiveness of DMAIC in the current operational procedure of warehouse policy, facility, inbound transaction, outbound transaction, and inventory management, with the grand mean value of 3.59 and 3.66, 3.66. And for outbound transaction is 3.67, and for the inventory management is 3.55. So I hear this problem was based on the survey conducted of our company internally, getting the customer satisfaction survey. So we use the tally sheet to identify how many respondents have a problem on the different category, and we use the cumulative frequency and Pareto analysis to identify the problem, what problem need to prioritize in the company, given those 10 problem stated by our client. So overall, having a weighted mean of 2.39 on the assessment of the problems encountered the respondent on current operational procedure, it shows that the proponent should measure which problem need to prioritize using Pareto analysis based on the survey conducted to the respondent. So here is the result of my Pareto analysis. So those cumulative percentage less than 80% will be prioritized by the researcher to solve, and by that, since I identified the top two problem in our company, which are unavailability of warehouse speaker and unavailability of security devices, I used root cause analysis or YY analysis to identify the root cause of the problem related to unavailability of warehouse speaker, and I use the fishbone diagram in unavailability of security devices. So the researcher proposed voice speaking process in an availability of warehouse speaker because it's going hands-free with no with no paper, going eyes-free with no stopping to read, picking instruction, no returning to the order desk to get the next picking list or set of labels, voice direction, minimize time between orders by pushing employees forward with the next order in the queue, less training, eliminating the cost of printing and distributing picking documents. Precise, accurate, and faster picking are some of the benefits. The disadvantage is that the company will incur additional costs, but it will it will increase the efficiency and productivity in our service. So the fishbone diagram that identifies the cause of a problem. One of the top priorities of developing corrective action is the unavailability of security devices. Possible causes for the man's operations input include likely pilferage and the absence of a responsible person, monitoring the CCTV, manage the presence of variance, and opportunity costs such as a customer loss. Finally, there is no objective evidence that the materials will be damaged. So the level of gravity of problems according to the warehouse assignment, there is no significant difference on the gravity of the problems encountered by the respondent assigned between warehouses in the current setup of standard operational procedure. So the resultant discussion, majority are relatively young in the industry of cold chain. Young professionals are more exposed in warehousing and usually led the older generation to adopt. Large portion of the respondents are male, which is at par with the ratio of male and female in the labor force. There are plenty of roles available in the warehouse industry. In terms of length of service, most are respondents have 2 years tenure status that aids the back of house company tend to mass hire young professional, and the industry is continuously booming. The respondents are very effective in the effectiveness of the MAIC process. It shows that the content of the standards is widely accessible to the employees. There is no significant difference on the respondent assessment on the level of effectiveness of the MAIC when they are grouped according to age, sex, position in the company, education, length of service, and warehouse facility assignment. There is no significant difference on the gravity of the problem encountered by the respondent assigned between warehouses in the current setup of SOP. And availability of warehouse speaker and security devices are high priority in generating the MAIC. As the researcher conducted Pareto analysis, the cumulative frequencies of these two are less than 80%. Respondents are taking all the issues and challenges in implementing the DMAIC as highly relevant. This means that the respondents are perceived the issues as interesting and worth considering. If you have any questions or comments, sir, please let me know.
Thank you so much for your nice presentation. Okay, you use 15 minutes already. Yeah, good time. Okay, any questions from Dr. Ali? Dr. Ali has no question. Dr. Lackman, do you have any questions for this paper?
Yeah, I have questions and clarifications. No.
Yes, please.
The title of the research is Utilization of Selected Quality Control Tools in Identifying Problems. May I ask, what are those quality control tools and how did you select out of different control tools available in the available in terms of cold storage warehouse procedures, what could be the process and procedures in selecting these quality control tools?
Okay, sir. Since we have 7 quality control tools such as Pareto, DMAIC, Run Chart, and etc., the researcher choose the tally sheet, cumulative frequency, and Pareto analysis to identifying the priority, the problem that needs to prioritize in our company. Because as I mentioned in my research, we conducted an internal survey in our client and we identified those problems. So since solving all of the problem is a waste of time for us, so we use the Pareto analysis,
Correct.
sir, to prioritize the problems that need to be solved. Since our company is also ISO 9001 and 2015, so they're requiring us to make a corrective action based on our problem that need to be prioritized.
Correct. So before I proceed, let me commend the presentations for a job well done. Anyways, since you have already identified the problems, maybe what you need to do, if you would revise the title, maybe you could have the optimizations or priority level of the problems, because the problems are indicated already. You're trying to have the labelings or the frequency distributions or the labeling using Pareto analysis. But I think the main research here is that you're trying to determine which among the topmost problems of the problems I've indicated to provide interventions or solutions. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
So, because in your title, it's identifying problems, but you have already identified the problem. What you're trying to do is the problem and effectiveness should be prioritized using this kind of Pareto analysis. I think that's the goal, right? Because the title is somehow very, very simple, but your study, it could provide complexity.
Okay, sir. Noted on that. Thank you so much.
My next recommendation is this. You have not provided the table in terms of the t-test and ANOVA, because you're trying to determine the significant difference of the perceptions of the respondents when grouped according to different categories. Because t-test has been used for 2 means, and then and ANOVA can be used if you have 3 or more means or categories. So
Yes, sir.
from that kind of results, what type of recommendations or policies that you could craft, because you're trying to determine if there's significant difference among the different categories that you have. So I think it must also be explained and presented, because you use ANOVA there and then t-test. In ANOVA, you could try to use Tukey method to determine which among in the ANOVA test could identify the significant difference of how many of the disc groups, no? Then
yes, sir.
Okay, and then all right. So after you have identified the problems, you focus on 2. But why focus on you must have a threshold. Let's say, for example, 30%, because 1, 2, 3, you have presented a Pareto analysis. The number 3 is also, it has a high value, but you focus only on 1 and 2. Maybe you could try to provide a threshold so that those problems that have indicated in your research should be solved and provide interventions. That's my suggestion.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Ace.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Leckman, for your nice comment. Okay, thank you, the presenter as well. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, next, I would like to invite the 4th presenter, Patipon Homjam Jen. He will present the paper entitled Linkage Between Servant Leadership, Trust in Supervisors, and Employees' Engagement Among Thai Police Officers. Mr. Patipon, please, you have 15 minutes.
Hello, my name is Patipon Hom Yam Yen. I'm from Ratchabangala University, Suvarnabhumi, Suvarnaburi, from Thailand, and Waipot Kulachai, Sontunanta, Ratchapat University, Bangkok, Thailand. Introduction, leadership of executive in the organization is very important in leading the organization to the successful. Servant leadership also lead to trust in supervisor and higher employee engagement in various organizations. Field study focus on leadership between service leadership, touch in supervisor and employee engagement of police force. Objective to examine link between service leadership in touch in supervisor and employee engagement among Thai police officer. Sample 442 police officer attending the inspector course training at the Police Education Bureau. Analysis, structural equipment modeling, result, fighting. Service leadership has a positive influence on the on task in supervisor. Service leadership also has a positive influence on employee engagement. There is a positive relationship between task in supervisor and employee engagement. Recommendation: the executive of the Royal Thai Police should pay attention to the development of servant leadership for supervisor, so these people can perceive, motivate, and push police officer to perform their duty properly by efficiency and productive. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Very short presentation. Okay, any questions? Dr. Ali, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. This is another interesting presentation, but that there is something that I want to ask regarding the definition. How do you define servant leadership? That is the question. Just want to know whether if what you define is about this is really the same thing like I know. Okay.
I will explain him in Thai. So เขาถามว่าให้คำจำกัดความคำว่า servant leadership ไว้ว่าอย่างไงนะครับก็ตอบเป็นภาษาไทยก็ได้ก็คือเป็นเจ้านายที่เหมือนกับคอยซัพพอร์ตลูกน้องประมาณนั้นนะใช่ไหมฮะyes he said that the servant leadership like the people who serve the others. For example, if you are the leader, you will help facilitate your employees or your subordinate. For example, support them, give them more information, give them other technique and skill, and support them like financial support or something like that to do the work.
Is it the same thing like humble leadership?
Maybe.
Okay.
Yes.
Just wondering.
Quite similar. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Lackman, any questions?
Yeah, I have no more questions. Thank you.
I think he's not here at the moment. So thank you so much for the nice presentation. So I would like to move to our fifth presenter. He will present online. So the next presenter is Alan Tupikov. He will present the article entitled Success for Tomorrow Pathway. Mr. Tupikov, are you ready?
Yes. Hopefully all the technology will work properly today.
Are you ready now?
Yes.
Okay. If you are ready, you will have 15 minutes to present your paper. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Hopefully you've got it on screen there. Okay, today we're talking about success for tomorrow's pathways. Now, for those who don't know me, I'm from Australia. I'm a fellow of the Institute of Project Managers and also president for the Australia-New Zealand Institute of Sustainable Managers. And I've written a number of books on simplified sustainability, and I have a passion for management. You would have all seen the abstract for today. I'm talking about the emerging technologies and what backs up those emerging technologies and how the adoption and adaptation of them is often a major issue. So today we're talking about the link between management and education, and it's never been so important as it is today. It's an integral part of developing our society. And this international conference was dealing with the emerging technologies and their integration in today's commercial and social environments. So we're talking about the adoption and relevance, the need for ongoing monitoring, and the supply of support technology available to enable emerging technologies to be used, and the education required to adopt emerging technologies. These are very important issues within the adaptation of the technologies as we know them today as emerging. There should be a next slide, which is just advance it. Yes, so the emerging technologies, what are we calling those? They're technologies which are varied, but such as education technologies, information, nanotechnologies, robotics, artificial intelligence. The technologies are also those that are still largely unrealized, but they're technologies that generally are new, but also include old technologies finding new applications. They're often perceived as the abilities to change the status quo. So when we're dealing with these, how do we adapt them? And more importantly, how do we adopt them? They sound similar words, but they're very different. When you're talking about adoption of emerging technologies, 13% of the world's population have no access to electricity. 940 million people. 3 billion people, or 37% of the world's population, have never used the internet. Therefore, emerging technologies need to consider technology platforms, the intended users' delivery methods, expectations, adaptability, and potential impacts. Now, this slide here is graphically dealing with where people are in relation to the world. Now, every continent has a different allowance for whether their electricity access and internet. And the unfortunate part is Southern Asia and Africa, their access to internet is like 20, 30% in some cases, whereas Europe, America, and other parts of Asia are up about 50 to 60%. So when we're dealing with these technologies, the adoption of them, electricity and internet access are actually a very major part. And we look at examples then to explain what this is all about. Traditionally, an IT project, about 70% of them fail to succeed, usually due to poor project specification, implementation requirements, and underestimating and insufficient buy-in. HR, same thing, 42% fail within the first 2 years. Now, these are from research, but they often relate to the lack of resource planning, unclear goals, lack of project visibility, communication gaps, scope creep, and unrealistic expectations. But whilst these are the standard versions of why new technologies fail, we don't mention about electricity and limited access. So when we deal with these things, possibly there are additional reasons for the failure to deliver outcomes of emerging technologies. part of this is that some of them have are conceived as having little value or relevance to potential users, the lack of education and skills in implementing technology, preference in doing things the way it's always been done, failure to identify and meet the intended market needs. So here we've got reasons why people sometimes are divorced from using or adopting new emerging technologies. So when we're looking at these, maybe the under-considered or overlooked areas, there's perhaps that some criteria are not being considered, such as the technology is being used, that technology is always used to carry out tasks. We know that. Develop needs to consider adoption or relevance across a wide range of sectors and often have varying degrees of expectations and impacts. And that is important, the varied, wide range of sectors. Ongoing need to monitor and review outcomes and deliver. Often we do not have monitoring in place. That's it, go. We look at it in retrospective rather than positively. Education to adopt emerging technologies is not there to support what is already in existence sometimes. So is the emerging technology always required? Is there a real use for it? What new outcomes will result and how will they be considered useful? The assessment of scope, influences and requirements across the different areas is often considered during past influences and lessons. Is the technology an identified market need or creating a market need? Today, the United Nations SDGs, they can often assist us in understanding criteria requirements. But the biggest one is it a market need or is it creating? Often some of our new technologies actually are creating a market. They are not answering a market need. So for those who don't know about the SDGs, they're basically in three groups: the biospheres, society, and the economy. But the biggest issue is that they deal with direct project factors, but they also deal with close interactions and the indirect factors. So they have a multi-level interaction across a number of different factors. Now, the SDGs, for those who don't know, we're talking about poverty, hunger, health, education, creating good societies, justice, all of the issues in relation to the factors. And this is where we get the dialogue to say how we're using some of these emerging technologies and what they're actually going to be used for, and to consider their scope in detail and how the various systems and the various needs interact with each other. So before we were talking about what is really emerging. Well, previously we've stated that technologies is generally new, but sometimes they're older. These emerging technologies often have a lot of issues that they can tell us about and things that we can learn from where we've been before. Are they emerging or are they redefining an existing or ancient version? You know, takeaway food stalls. Takeaway food stalls have been in existence since Roman times in Pompeii. We still have areas where some communities still use horse and carts quite effectively. So you've got to look at the emerging and say, are we just extending or are we actually doing something new? One of the areas that we look at from history is things, easy things like plows and grinding mills. These are examples of previous technologies and how we've actually had to do a lot of these things to make sure people are really looking at them and using them well. But sometimes we don't really look at the full impacts and we don't appreciate the full impacts. You know, dehydrated water, really? Old technology, where we've got one example of modern times, lemons in plastic bags to keep them fresh in the fridge. Now they're going to be using glass to put them in instead of plastic because plastic takes 500 years to break down. Putting them in glass and putting them in the refrigerator has been around for quite a long, long time. So the impacts are that in America, less than 6% of plastics are actually recycled. So 94% is not recycled. In the older days, in the 60s, we used to have glass rather than plastic. And sometimes we sit back and we go, are we really waiting for society to learn the importance of waste management? But a lot of this is actually to do with emerging technologies. Are we looking at how we deal with these technologies and how they really do change the status quo? Sometimes they do positive, other times it is actually a negative. So from the examples of it, we can see that in the past, we've always had to deal with demonstrating a need for the technology, changing the status quo, and relying on education to allow its adoption and integration into economic and social environments at the time. The basic requirements associated with the adoption of emerging technologies have not changed. It's just that the methods sometimes have been changed. Now, in today, business and social environments are influenced by emerging technologies, but to gain the most benefits out of these, a number of criteria need to be considered. Who will be affected? Level of business and society impacted and potential resistance. Who and what are the target markets and the target technologies? The technology is a technology relating to existing practice and the way or ways we've done things before. Foreseen adoption benefits and supports, are they required? Monitoring processes, and more importantly, we have to start to think, to stop, think, consider, rethink, reconsider, implement, rethink, reconsider, and regularly check the best to make sure that the possible outcomes for all are being achieved. So, whilst this is the end, is it really the end or the beginning? It can often be considered to be a loop. What is old is new, what is new is old, and it just keeps going on and on and on. And we have emerging technologies all the way through to help it. So the success of pathways to the future are determined by what has occurred in the past and the collective environments surrounding us today. For those that are interested, by the way, in terms of sustainability, there are some awards that are closing in November. You can get information from them from anzism.com. And the overall thing these diagrams here show is that no matter where we are or what we are doing, there are always different pathways. We've just got to consider the impacts and the successes and supports needed to achieve each pathway to see which one is going to produce the best result for us all, and for us to learn from the past to interact with where we are in the future. And there's a copy of the presentation available to all that would like it, and they were the references that we've used for it. So thank you very much for that. And I look forward to the rest of the presentations today and wish everybody good luck with their emerging technologies and the successes of their emerging technologies. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tibicorp. Thank you so much for a very nice presentation and very fruitful information for us. So any questions from the evaluator? Dr. Ali, please. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Alan, for your insightful presentation. But actually, regarding the emerging technologies, what in my mind is maybe yes, there are some technologies that is not mature enough, yes, such as metaverse, for instance. I have tried to develop and check review some implementation of metaverse from various countries, and the images resolutions are not really up to the standard for education. Yeah, so I mean, it's not even close to the real thing. What do you think about that? Yeah, so yeah, maybe it's just not mature enough. Thank you.
Well, I can go back to a business summit that was held in the UN in 2019. And there was somebody from Silicon Valley who got up amongst all the people there who were all members of the Global Compact, all members of the United Nations, and was quite happy to say that the technology that they were issuing was their market, not to meet the market. They were creating a market. And when you listen to that sort of thing, you go, hang on, which market are you presenting to and which one are you trying to solve a problem for? Because, as we said before, a lot of people in the world do not have access to electricity. They do not have access to the internet. So what market are you looking for? Are you preaching to the converted, or are you actually trying to do something on a global scale? If you're doing it on a global scale, you have to identify the different markets, the different understandings, the different expectations, the different levels of support. If I tried to do some of the things, the technologies that we're doing here in Australia, some parts of places like India and even some of the island areas within Indonesia, and it wouldn't be applicable for that because it doesn't suit the needs for that area. To get people to buy in, to accept the technology, they have to have a need explained to them. Why am I doing this? What's it going to be for me? And how am I going to use this? Or is it just simply a waste of time because I've been doing this sort of thing for the last 50 years? Very prevalent in agriculture and some of the commercial areas. They've been doing it for 50 years, so why change it? So the technology fails because they didn't understand how to implement it, how to support it, how to use it, and how to explain it.
Okay, thank you, Professor Alan.
Thank you so much. Dr. Lackman, are you still online? Do you have any questions?
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
May I
thank
ask
you.
a question to the researcher? What's inspired you to focus on emerging technologies?
For starters, the subject matter of the session today, but also simply that I have a passion for trying to work out sometimes what we are doing, because in many times we are wasting our resources, we are wasting our time, our money, and our implementation on things that maybe sometimes we don't need, or we're doing it the wrong way. And if we're going to truly be sustainable, we have to make sure that we bring everybody along for the ride and that we try to meet the needs of the people around the globe. Because if anything from the last 2 years, we should learn that we are all part of the one village. We've all got to work together to achieve results. And we've all got to try to help each other along the way. So emerging technologies, whether they be electronic technologies or physical technologies, as we said about the plough and the grinding wheel, they weren't electronic technologies. They were just physical ones. We do a lot of those every day of the week. So emerging technologies shouldn't be just about electronics and internet, because there's a lot of people who don't need them. So we're trying to get out there to say to people, if you're going to do these, think first sustainably. Think about who you're doing it to and get it right so that we can all get a lot of benefits.
Okay. My second rejoinder question is that what's the gap that you're trying to solve? Because emerging technology is a fast changing track. No, we tend to become obsolete because of the new technologies, and then the emerging technologies adaptability, it depends upon to the culture, to the different environments of a certain country. So what's your reactions to that? Because sometimes, for example, certain country can adapt to this certain technology, but other countries cannot. No, because it depends upon to the culture, to the infrastructure of a certain country. Thank you.
Yes, I totally agree with you. And that's why many projects many technologies fail. We go back to some of the more modern things, with VHS technology and beta technology and compact discs, Walkmans, all these sorts of things, they've all come and gone. But in terms of a lot of the real deals with people, giving them food, giving them shelter, helping for them to achieve a better lifestyle, sometimes we could do better by just simply stopping up front right at the beginning and saying, stop, let's think about who we're really giving this to, what support services need to be in place, whether we have to change how we educate people or whether we have to bring in new education programs to help support the technology. Because one of the worst things we can ever do in a developing area sometimes is introduce internet without explaining to people how to use it properly, because some of the internet stuff is not very good if people are not given the skills of how to understand what's in there and to evaluate it themselves to understand where they can get their own technology. So we've just got to stop, review, think about things, implement, go back, look again. Do we need to change things in any other areas to make sure that the implementation is better and that we can achieve better for what we're doing it for?
Okay, thank you.
So it's a reality check more than anything.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 presenters left in this morning session. So I would like to move to the 6th presenter, Mr. Uswadin. He will present the article on behalf of his team. It is about increasing the capacity building of UNJ Lab School educators in facing educational changes in accordance with the challenges of the times and government policies. Mr. Uswadin, please. You have 15 minutes. And the evaluator has around 1 minute to ask the question. Okay, everybody hungry now. Okay, take your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Selamat pagi. Thank you for your question. Now, I am Uswadin, represent from my team. They are Ahmad Sofyan Hanif, Uswadin, Suparno, Yati Swartini. I am a teacher and I am junior high school. My subject is civic education. Okay. I think next. Yeah. It is outline research from abstract, introduction, literature study, research method, research purpose, literature review, result and discussion, and conclusion and reference. Abstract, I think next. Okay, background. The background pandemic is instead more than 2 years and had tremendous impact. Impact for the implementation of education in the world, including Indonesia. The topic of pandemic, I think, for the most people. This sharing info approach for the learning method and offer the impact of the change of the curriculum on the content of the given curriculum. The curriculum in education in special condition in Indonesia, the school can choose 3 options. And in addition to having impact the curriculum, change above the pandemic, new challenge and finish her teacher and education implementation, the ability to deal. Okay. Research problem, how is the capacity development or develop capacity building approach the teacher of the face challenge or the curriculum and government policy? Yeah, research method. We use a research method with the case study. In this approach, researcher can collect data from teacher and principal as a leader in the school, data which collected through interview, documentation, studies, and observation. The study collected data from 168 informants from the teacher and the 8 principal informants. What is the purpose? The purpose of research are knowing the capacity building of development of a lab school teacher, knowing the right teacher capacity development model to the better capacity building for teacher to face the challenge of curriculum and government policy. Literature review, I think capacity building is defined as the process of developing and strengthening the skill, instinct, abilities, process, and resources the organization and society need to survive, adapt, and the appropriately changing world. And the Grindal and Bambang Santoso Haryono said the capacity building is an effort intended to develop various strategies that can increase the efficient, effective responsiveness and government performance. Adrali and Bambang Santoso Haryono et al., there are 5 emphases: human resource development, organization, network, organization environment, and wider activity environment. Meanwhile, according to UNDP, from the 3 focuses in capacity building, namely manpower, capital, and the technology. Research result and discussion. The result of the study can be explained from the data obtained in the study that the informant of this research have a balance between of the number of male and female informant. This saw the equality of respondent in this study based on research data. Female respondent named to be 53%, or as many 89 informant, and 47 male informant or 79 informant. The data can be seen in the table. Based on the data, it's also revealed that teachers strongly agree with the capacity building carried out by school and management body. A total of 95.8% informant agree the school and school management bodies to carry out the capacity building for the teacher. This means they are awareness teacher always be able to develop their capacity well so that they can carry out all their duties properly. Okay, the diagram. From this other data, teacher understand the improvement of capacity building, which capacity building in the teacher and school staff. A total 94.6% of the information answer agree. This means the teacher feel and the need capacity building while carrying out their professional duties. Okay, from the informant data, it's now that the longest serving teacher at lab school is 30 years, and the shortest is 1 year. With average teacher serving for 10.8 years, because lab school established from 1986, and the new school in 2020. Okay, there are. Okay, sorry. Yeah, there are the 270 teachers in a school based on their education background with a very dominant undergraduate education background of 2093 or 79%, and the master degree are 71 people or 90%, and the 6 teacher with the doctoral background about or 2%. It's hope that the next 5 years there will be change the percent of the education backgrounds to 50% and doctoral to 10%. So the teacher with undergraduate education background only 40%. Okay, the pandemic has provided valuable lesson for teacher. The capacity of teacher in mastering information communication and technology has developed very quickly. Teacher have quickly applied using existing learning platform. Because learning is done online, teacher are forced by circumstance to use digital learning platform. Apart from being carried out by teacher personally at the beginning of the pandemic, school board and school provide supplies from teacher to use various existing platform. One of them is by inviting lecture where I expert in education technology from UNG. From the data, there are 168 teachers who have achieved achievement related to their profession is the have 3 years. There are 56 teachers. Capacity building and school achievement regarding the capacity good the teacher. It turned out that the school was won many achievements according to information from 8 school principal. Those achievements ranking from local, national, and international level. Increasing capacity, the informant said the capacity building effort had been carried out by school and school are both our BPS in my school in various ways, including training of the youth school learning management system, workshop, or taking teaching tool. Conclusion. The capacity building need to be continuously carried out by school in dealing with the duties and sharing in government policy. Good capacity development or capacity building will be able to have an impact of increasing school quality and achievement so as the great certification for parent and the student as well as school resident. Good capacity building for the teacher will produce more competent and professional teacher. And the next, the development of teacher capacity in the term of educational background need to be increased to the number of teacher with a master and doctoral background can increase in additional training related to the learning and research technology need to be improved. Capacity building provide positive result with the achievement of school and teacher. Reference, I think can read. Okay, thank you. It is my presentation. Terima kasih.
And terima kasih, Mr. Uswadin. Thank you so much for your nice presentation.
Yeah. Welcome.
So the time for the evaluator to ask the questions. Okay, you have around maybe 1 minute each. Dr. Ali, are you?
Okay, Dr. Uswadin, thank you very much for your presentations. So I think the topics that you raise here is about capacity building, how that the capacity building of teachers will be able to withstand the ever-changing curriculum and government regulation. Maybe this is not in the scope of your research, but actually for the teachers and also the lecturers in this country, in Indonesia, we have serious issues regarding RUU Sisdiknas. I think you heard about that and you left. So actually this is just for our international partner is a controversial regulation because it deals with allowance to the teachers, allowance to the lecturers, and a lot of things about our educational management. So if, for instance, this RUU Sisdiknas is ratified as a undang-undang, as a law, will your teacher, for instance, in the UNJ, be able to withstand these issues regarding all of these things in the current state of their capacity building? I think that's all from me.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arli. The first, the capacity building for teacher, because we are research in the school for location in Rawamangun, Kebayoran, Cibubur, and Cirende. It is the egg school. In the lab school established from kindergarten until senior high school. But for kindergarten and primary school, we not research about that. We just senior and high school. Why we research about that? Because we are a private school, so we must to improve capacity building for teacher. Because if our teacher is not have capacity building good, I think our school will ditinggal, go on where parent parent will go on from our school. And how about correlated in Undang-Undang Sisiknas, regulation in government? I think our teacher is support about the Undang-Undang Sisiknas. If the regulation is first improve the capacity building teacher, and the second is improve about salary and welfare of teacher. Because this is important, yeah, because in Indonesia, especially in maybe in along from the Jakarta, I think in Jakarta the income of teacher is very low. So it is our struggle for teacher to accelerated the salary for teacher. And next, I think curriculum is most simple, not what way to student or teacher, because if the curriculum is very high, very wide, and very many subject, I think student is very hard to study, and teacher very hard to teaching, and maybe parent is very confused how for the first student mastery in the subject. I think Mr. Ali, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lackman. Dr. Lackman, do you have any question?
Yeah.
Only one question, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. First and foremost, congratulations for the presentations. Capacity building, it's about strengthening and developing. Did you conduct training needs analysis and assessment as basis for the proposed to increase capacity building? Did the researcher conduct training needs analysis and assessment to identify or to improve or to increase the proposed capacity building?
Okay, thank you. For the improve our capacity building for teacher, school and school board will make strategy to give leadership camp, and about how to be good teacher training, and how good be conducting to the research, little research for his job and his duty, and they know about their teacher, their student. If the teacher know more about student, maybe they will can directly student by easier.
Okay, as a recommendations, maybe you could first create a training needs assessment to identify which among the different programs and activities that should be prioritized in the capacity building, because these are all issues in different educational institutions. But this capacity building, it's suited and personalized to a certain school. Some school, this is the topmost. Some school, this is the topmost. So my suggestion is that you in your future research, you need to come up with a training needs analysis and assessment as part of your basis and references in crafting capacity building, so that the programs and activities are anchored based on the characteristics and the culture of the school. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your question.
Thank you very much for the nice recommendation for the evaluators. So we go to the next presenter, the seventh presenter. We have Dr. Bambang Sukiono. He will present his article entitled Effect Between Service Quality, Trust, and Leadership Toward Impassion Satisfaction in Community Medical Center, Lawang Municipal, South Sumatra, Indonesia. Might be a video presentation. Okay, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to present my paper. The paper title, The Effects Between Service Quality, Trust, and Leadership Toward Inpatient Satisfaction in Community Medical Center, Lawang Municipal, South Sumatra, Indonesia. This is the paper, the research teams. The first author is Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono. The co-author is Muhammad Yasin, Immanuel Teguh Harisantoso, Muhammad Fahim Taraba, and Dr. Ali Nasid. The first, I would like to thanks to organizing committee of the third International Conference on Management, Education, and Emerging Technology, ICMIT 2022. This international conference will be held in Jakarta at 22nd of October 2022. The themes of this international conference is empowering recent trends in education, science, and technology. This conference, organized by Core Research Foundation India, and thank you to Mr. Ankit Raj, Mrs. Priyanka, and Priya Darsani, also all the organizing committee and steering committee. The outline of my research title is Research Background, Literature Study, Research Method, Result and Discussion, Conclusion, and References. The introduction of my research paper is WHO, World Health Organization, defined health as a condition of complete physical, mental, and social prosperity, and not simply the shortfall of illness or ailment. If someone becomes sick, the patient will try to look for the health facility near their place. Indonesia has two health facilities. There are private and state health facilities. Two state facilities are hospitals. They are divided by Class A, Class B, and Class C, and community medical center or puskesmas, pusat kesehatan masyarakat, according to the rule of Minister of Health, number 43, the year 2019. The research background is community medical center is a health service facility or a well-being administration office that convey out the local area medical services and individual medical services states one while leading promotive and preventive medical services in their functioning region. The second, CMC, Community Medical Center, must give medical health services, and yet CMC must always try to improve their service quality, patient trust, and also improve the patients and community's satisfaction. Number 3, problems occur when people need services at CMC, like the confusing system regulation and complicated bureaucracy. CMC at Pendopo Lawang Municipal, South Sumatra, Indonesia is one of the CMC in Indonesia, and it's also one that can give the optimal service to the people in the surroundings with good responsibility and high perfectionism in order to get high patient satisfaction score that can be recorded as data for inpatients in the CMC. We can see on table number 1. Table number 1, data inpatient satisfaction in Lawang Community Medical Center, year 27 till 2018. There are 2 types of inpatient. Number 1 is satisfied and dissatisfied of the services. This is the patient that have received satisfied, and this is 40 patients that received dissatisfied. The total in 2017 is 215. This is the data in 2018 and data 2019. The objective of this research is to analyze the effect between service quality, trust, and leadership toward the inpatient satisfaction at CMC Community Medical Center, Lawang Municipal, South Sumatra, Indonesia. The literature study, the definition of service quality, is a multidimensional research instrument or variable designed to capture consumer expectation and perception of a service quality along with the 5 dimensions that are believed to represent service quality. Service quality is built on expectancy. This confirmation paradigm, which in simple terms mean that service quality is understood as extent to which consumer pre-consumption expectation of quality are confirmed or disconfirmed by their actual perception or the service experience. This is the definition of service quality. Table number 3 shows that service quality is multi-dimensional research instrument or variable. I have told to you. Definition of trust. Stephen Perobin stated that 5 aspects that make up the idea of trust. Trust is characterized as a faith and the honesty, character and capacity of a leader. Table number 4 shows that 5 attributes of trust are integrity, competency, consistency, loyalty, and openness. The definition of leadership is the process influence a group of people in active goal. This is the definition of leadership. Definition of satisfaction. Philip E. Coulter stated that satisfaction is a person feeling a pleasure or disappointed resulting from comparing a product's perceived performance or outcome in relation to his or her expectation. This is the previous research. There are 4 researchers about this topic. This is the 5 dimensions of service quality. responsiveness, tangible, empathy, assurance, and reliability. This is the 5 dimensions of trust: integrity, competence, consistency, and loyalty and openness. The research methods discuss about Likert scale, mathematical model, and conceptual framework. Using mathematical model and multiple regression analysis. This is the Likert scale: disagree strongly, till agree strongly. This is the mathematical model, multiple regression analysis. This is the dependent variable. This is the independent variable. There are 3 independent variables. The null hypothesis is rejected. It means that a relationship between service quality, trust, leadership toward impatient satisfaction. Place and when the research was carried out. The research was conducted at Jalan Nurdin Panji, Puskesmas Pendopo, Kabupaten Empat Lawang, Sumatera. That data were collected from May till July 2022. This is the conceptual frameworks. The dependent variable is service quality. There are 5 attributes. Trust, also 5 attributes, and leadership, there are 4 attributes. And the dependent variable is impatient satisfaction. Research and discussion. The description. The result was obtained from the primary and simulated data computation obtained from data distribution and questionnaire to the subject of the research who are the inpatient respondent and numbering to 40 patients. The multiple regression analysis, there are regression coefficients and t-test and significant. This is the mathematical model. Y is 4.196 minus 0.049x1 plus 0.093x2 plus 0.061x3, or the dependent variable y is impatient satisfaction as 4.196 minus 0.049 service quality plus 0.093 trust plus 0.061 leadership. The equation number 2 and 3 show that the highest contribution to impatient satisfaction is trust. This is trust because the contribution is the highest one. Trust variable regression coefficient is 0.093. The second is leadership variable. The regression coefficient is 0.061. And the third is service quality variable with regression coefficient minus 0.049. And this is the negative contribution. The conclusion of this paper is the mean value of the variable of service quality, trust, service leadership, and inpatient satisfaction score is above 3. It means neutral or approach to better. A community medical center Lawang, Municipal South Sumatra, Indonesia. The biggest contribution to inpatient satisfaction is trust variable. The second is leadership variable, and the third is service quality variable. But the service quality is negative contribution. The references. This is the biography or biodata of the first author. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Bambang Sukiyono. Thank you so much. Any comment from the evaluators? Let's start with Dr. Lackman, please. One question.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. Let me comment that. Your studies about the effect between service quality, trust, and leadership toward inpatient satisfaction, and you use regression analysis to model this kind of effect. No, my question is, did you also try to check the R-squared for you to identify the contributions of your independent variable in predicting the dependent variable?
Yes.
And what's the results of the R-squared?
More than 50%.
Again?
More than 50%.
More than 50%, because the purpose of R-squared is that if there is a minimal percentage of R-squared, it means that the researcher should also look on to different factors that affect the inpatient satisfactions. So if it's only 50%, it means that your variables that you have explained are only explained by these three variables. So as in future research, there are other factors that we considered that would have the inpatient satisfactions. So that is for the future research output. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay, are you hungry? No? Okay. Okay, we will have the last presenter for this morning session. The last presenter is Yusirani Serpta Devi. She will present the paper entitled Analysis of the Effect of Types and Dosages of coagulants on phosphate and fatty oil in liquid waste from motor vehicle wash. She will present online. Are you ready? Miss Devi? Oh, it's a video, right? Oh, sorry. It's a video. So, okay. Okay, 15-minute video. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Yusriani Sapta Dewi from Universitas Satya Negara Indonesia in Jakarta. At the International Conference on Management Education and Emerging Technology, MEET 22, I will present the results of my research entitled Analysis of the Effect of Types and Dosages of Coagulants on Phosphate and Fatty Oil in Liquid Waste from Motor Vehicle Wash. Let me prepare my presentation. Liquid waste from motor vehicle wash usually contains a lot of contaminants, including suspended solids, phosphate, fatty oils, motor oils, heavy metals, and other toxic substances such as phenol. The pollutants oils, for instance, may interfere with the entry of sunlight into the river, affecting the river ecosystem. Phosphates plays an important role in detergent as a water softener. Phosphate can reduce water hardness by binding calcium and magnesium ions, boosting detergent's effectiveness and washing power. Phosphate comes from sodium tripolyphosphate, which is the second most important element after surfactants due to its ability to deactivate water hardness minerals in water. Although phosphate is not considered harmful to humans, the increase in its concentration in aquatic ecosystem can promote the growth of microbes and algae, causing eutrophication. Oil in liquid waste from motor vehicle wash comes from lubricants sticking to engines washed away during washing. Oil may interfere with the entry of sunlight and oxygen from the air into the water. It may also cause sedimentation, plugging drains, and reduce the effectiveness of biological agents in the treatment of sewage. The alternative treatment process commonly used to reduce phosphate and fatty oil in liquid waste from motor vehicle wash here is the coagulants flocculation method. The method is well known for its operation and its maintenance. The coagulants commonly used are alum-based coagulants and ferrum-based coagulants. Aluminium sulfate is one of the first known and most widely used coagulants. Alum can be processed in liquid form with a concentration of 8%, or in solid form like blocks, granulars, or powder with a concentration of 17%. Aluminum sulfate will dissolve immediately in water, but the solution is corrosive to aluminum, iron, and concrete, requiring protective coating for storage. Perchloride is available in two forms: solid form, green black powder, and liquid form, dark brown liquid. Okay, the research was carried out on a laboratory scale on liquid waste from motor vehicles. The material used in this study were liquid waste from motor vehicle wash, coagulant, and the material used for phosphate analysis were sulfuric acid, 94%, ammonium pyrosulfate, phenolphthalein, sodium hydroxide, ammonium molybdate, and aqueous. And the material used in fatty oil analysis were freon trichloroethane and freon trifluoroethane. The liquid waste was then poured into the stirrer and mixed with 3 milliliter of perchloride coagulant solution. The solution was stirred using a motorized mixer at 80 RPM for 2 minutes. After the first stirring, the waste would undergo flocculation process for about 5 minutes. After the stirring, the waste was inserted into a sedimentation tank, and the sedimentation took about 30 minutes. The liquid waste from the flocculation tank was an effluent that would be analyzed to find the phosphate and fatty oil levels. To obtain the average The process was repeated 3 times. After that, the same process was done with different dosages of perchloride, 5 milliliter and 7 milliliter, and with a different coagulant, aluminum sulfate, with the same dosages, 3 milliliter, 5 milliliter, and 7 milliliter. As a control, an experiment was also done without using any coagulant, 0 milliliter. The most effective treatment using perchloride was done when 7 milliliter of perchloride was used with stirring time of 2 minutes at 80 rpm and 5 minutes of flocculation process. Meanwhile, the most effective treatment using aluminum sulfate was done when 7 milliliter of aluminum sulfate was used with stirring time of 2 minutes at 80 rpm and 4 minutes of flocculation process. That is effectiveness almost 87%. The calculation showed that the F-count of sorts of variation between treatments, doses of coagulants, lower F-table at a significant level of 5%, showing that the variation of coagulant doses had no significant effect on the removal of phosphate from liquid waste from motor vehicles. However, the F-count of sort of variation between blocks, types of coagulants, higher F-table at significant level of 5%, meaning that variation in the type of coagulant used had significant effect on the removal of phosphate. The most effective treatment to remove fatty oil using perchloride was done when 7 milliliter of perchloride was used with stirring time of 2 minutes at 80 rpm and 4 minutes of flocculation process. Effectiveness about 37%. Meanwhile, the most effective treatment using aluminum sulfate was done when 7 milliliter of aluminum sulfate was used with stirring time of 3 minutes at 80 rpm and 4 minutes of flocculation process. Effectiveness almost 27%. The calculation showed that the F-count of source of variation between treatments, doses of coagulants, lower F-table at a significant level of 5%, showing that the variation of coagulant doses had no significant effect on the removal of fatty oil from liquid waste from motor vehicles. And however, the F-count of source of variation between blocks, types of coagulants, lower F-table at significant level of 5%, meaning that radiation in the type of coagulant used had no significant effect on the removal of fatty oil from liquid waste from motor vehicles. And that conclusion and this result of the study show the most effective treatment was done when 7 milliliter of ferric chloride was used, effectiveness almost 99%, and the pH dropped to 5. Meanwhile, the most effective treatment to remove fatty oil was done when 7 milliliter of ferric chloride was used. Effectiveness almost 37%, and the pH dropped to 7. In general, the more coagulant aid, the more effective the treatment will be. However, the water will become more acidic. In general, ferric chloride is the more effective coagulant between the two, and future research may add other variables such as temperature to active observation. Okay, everyone, that is my result, and thank you for your attention. See you again next seminar. Terima kasih. Stay healthy. Thank you.
Terima kasih. So I think Ms. Devi is not online. Or are you online? No? Okay. So I think no more question from the evaluator. So before we have a lunch break, I would like the people online just turn on your camera because we will have a photo session. So next photo session, could you please turn your video, your camera on, please? So we will have a photo session together. Okay. So maybe we go in front of the screen and take a photo with them. Okay, let's go together. Everyone. Yeah, everyone in this room. Yeah, we can have a photo with them together. For people online, we will be back for the afternoon session at 1:45. 1:45 in the afternoon. Okay, see you again at 1:45. Enjoy your lunch and see you later. Bye. Very good afternoon, everybody. So, good afternoon. How to say in Indonesia? Selamat siang. Selamat siang. Okay. How about online participants? Selamat siang. No response from online people. Anyone online? Oh, some of them might have lunch.
Good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for response. Thank you for your response. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's start our afternoon session. In this session, we will have two keynote speakers and 8 presenters. So let's start with the third keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. Jackie de Mondon Rutia. He will talk about the Philippines Research University. Dr. Jackie de Rutia is a professor at the Department of Mathematics and Statistics, College of Science, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. He finished master's degree in mathematics education and PhD in mathematics. He was the former head of the academic programs of the 2 PUP campuses. He used to be a former chief of the Institute for Data and Statistical Analysis and a former director of the Intellectual Property Management Office. At present, he is the director of the Research Management Office under the Office of the Vice President for Research, Extension, Planning, and Development, Polytechnic University of the Philippines. Dr. Jackie de Mondon, are you online now? So we are waiting for Dr. Jackie.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes, thank you. So the floor is yours, Dr. Jackie.
Good afternoon to the organizers and participants of this international conference. I am greatly honored to deliver this keynote speech to all scholars and researchers who choose to spend this day in learning new insights on research. So my topic is about the Philippines Research University. I would like to highlight how a university can incubate and breed research in its academic community. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, it's clear. It's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. So higher education is dominated by its universities and therefore by institutions that have dual teaching and research missions. There is a long debate about whether these two activities complement or contradict each other. Many believe in a teaching with research findings and literature. Academic sharing their enthusiasm for research through their teaching and student collaborating with academics on research. Enable the research over their teaching. So what is a research university? A research university is a university that is committed to research, a central part of its mission. Public institution. Research universities offers master's degree, doctorate degree, definitely along with bachelor's degrees. A research university is any university that invests heavily in research and which consequently provides meaningful and extensive opportunities for its students and faculty. Also, we can say that a research university is a university that expects all tenured and tenured track faculty to continuously engage in research. They strive to recruit faculty who are the most brilliant minds in the discipline in the world. On the other hand, few students have often disappointed to realize their undergraduate courses at research university are overly academic and fail to provide trainings with immediate real-world applications. But many employers value degrees from research universities because they know that such coursework develops fundamental skills and critical thinking. So what is a teaching university? A teaching university is a school that emphasizes student instructions, support, and success. Teaching universities, like the massive endowments of government grants enjoyed by top research universities, and therefore focus less on research. Instead, teaching universities focus on the nature and training of students, striving to give them the opportunities and tools they need to succeed. A teaching university, like what I said, it's
Dr.
actually
Jackie?
Yes.
Dr. Jackie?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Dr. Jackie, in your slide, video is on, sorry, audio is on, so we are unable to hear you properly. Two sounds are coming, so if you can mute any of the, in the slide, the video is on. The audio is also on actually. So whatever you are speaking, it's not quite audible to everyone.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's fine.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, Dr. Jackie, it's fine now.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Please continue. Yes. Yes, Dr. Jackie, please
Okay.
continue.
Okay. So, a research university versus a teaching university. Generally, a research university's mission is primarily focused on research development and section into subdivision with a particular subject, while teaching universities are actually focused on development of quality teaching, undergraduate and master's degree program. These different factors, research and teaching universities contribute to the quality of teaching of professors, as well as the exposure to a resources a lecture can offer. In short, the general etiquette of research universities is tailored in favor of researchers and graduate students of high-level degrees, while teaching universities are geared more towards nurturing undergraduates on building solid foundations in their preferred field of knowledge. So research and teaching are two sides of the same coin: knowledge creation and dissemination. Proficiency is both needed for the university to fulfill its mission and obligation to students and to the society. Universities having faculty engaged in state-of-the-art research, leading-edge discovery, and creation of new works are able to attract students seeking access to those opportunities as part of their university experience. they are able to attract philanthropic and competitive grant support for their impactful academic programs and research. They are able to create partnership with industry to enhance their academic and research program. According to Dr. Demeterio, in the Philippines, the others can be a research-intensive teaching university or simply teaching university. There is really nothing wrong with remaining a teaching university as long as our country has a handful of research universities to take care of knowledge and innovation production. Why do we do research anyway? Research is an inquiry. It is a process of discovering some new knowledge that involves multiple elements such as theory development, testing, empirical inquiry, sharing the generated knowledge with others, such as experts and colleagues. They conduct research to understand the phenomenon, to answer different questions of how, what, which, when, and why. No? So in our university, particularly the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, we have what we call two pillars that are strongly related to conduct of research in the university. We have what we call the Pillar 5, which emphasize empowerment of faculty and employees through research initiatives, while our Pillar 6 is actually focuses on vigorous research production and utilization to strengthen the research culture, create disciplinary and collaborative research integration, and develop innovative products. In our university, we try to incubate and breed researchers in our academic community. So what do we expect from researchers? We expect production, presentation, publication, and citation. To realize this, universities expect research activities among its stakeholders. Research production, research presentation, research publication, and research citations are some of the common engagement that a university typically expect from its researchers. So as we discover the researchers among each of us, it is important that we anchor our efforts to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This provides a strong justification of the research project we are about to engage. Locating one's work among the SDGs assures us that we do is important and attuned with the needs of our communities. In the Philippines, we have what we call the Ambition Natin 2040. It simplifies the Filipino concept of quality life. This may give universities with a reinforcement on the research agenda and research trust to pursue when doing research. Ambition Natin 2040 represent the collective long-term vision and aspiration of the Filipino people for themselves, for the country in the next 25 years. It describes the kind of life that people want to live and how the country will be by 2040. As such, it is anchored for development planning across at least 4 administrations. It's actually a picture of the future, a set of life goals and goals of the country. It's a different from a plan, which defines strategies to achieve the goals. It's like a destination that answers the question, where do we want to be? A plan describes way to get the destination. Ambition 2040 is the vision that guides the future and the anchor of the country's plan. Whenever we think of writing a research proposal to any funding agency, it is important that we consider these priority areas. This is an example of research priority areas of a research council in the Philippines, which is significant determinant of the acceptability of the proposed research projects. We have sustainable community, inclusive nation building, health sufficiency, water security, food and nutrition security, and of course, the clean energy. So as a research university, a university must be part of this World University Ranking. So the performance indicators are grouped into 5 areas. We have teaching, research, citation, international outlook, and industry income. In the Philippines, only 3 universities are part of this World University Ranking. We have the University of the Philippines, we have the Ateneo de Manila University, and of course, the De La Salle University. So in QS World University Ranking, 6 metrics used to compile this. Now, we have the academic reputation, employer reputation, we have the faculty-student ratio, citations per faculty are very important, international faculty ratio, plus the international student ratio. Again, only 3 universities are part of this QS World University Ranking in the Philippines. We have the UP, we have the Ateneo, and also we have De La Salle University. So the impact ranking in 2022, the Times Higher Education Impact Ranking are the only global performance tables that assess universities against the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So in the Philippines, we have the Ateneo de Manila, De La Salle, University of Santo Tomas, we have Tarlac Agricultural University, Mapua University. These are just samples of the Impact Ranking 2022. And there are more universities who are belong in this Impact Ranking. So QS Asia University Ranking, so this we have actually 11 indicators. So we have the academic reputation, employers, same with faculty and student ratio, international research network, citations per paper and papers per faculty, staff with PhD. We have the proportion of international faculty, international students, inbound and outbound exchange students among universities that belong to QS Asia University Ranking in the Philippines are actually University of the Philippines, Ateneo de Manila University, De La Salle University, University of Santo Tomas, and of course, Mapua University. And there are other universities who are actually part in the QS Asia University Ranking. Publication is actually important, or part. It is actually a measurement on becoming a research university. I try to collect the 30 higher education institutions in the Philippines. So these are the top 30. And as you can see, our 4 best higher education institutions, we have the University of the Philippines, which is, they have accumulated 8,115 research publications in Scopus. While the De La Salle University is more or less 6,366. The Ateneo de Manila University has a cumulative Scopus publication around 2,494, and the University of Santo Tomas around 2,190. It shows better performances. These 4 best higher education institutions shows better performances than the other Philippines higher education institution. But the combined cumulative Scopus production can be produced by Tsinghua University in a single year. Example, if you try to add the all publications of UPD, of the De La Salle, Ateneo, and UST, this is actually less than 20,000. But the Tsinghua University produced 20,324 in 2021. The top higher education institution in the Philippines with the total Scopus production in a year can actually be produced by one strong major public research university in the Northeast Asia. In our university, we try to, we have vision, we envision to become a research university. So we have actually this what we call the research agenda in our institution. So we have agenda 1 to 5. We have the poverty reduction, peace and security, accelerating infrastructure development through science and technology, competitive industry and entrepreneurship, social and cultural development, and environmental conservation, protection, and rehabilitation towards sustainable development. So in PUP, we have what we call this ARMS framework. So the ARMS framework, the research and extension management strategy towards the National Polytechnic University, it ensures that our faculty, administrative personnel, and students are engaged, established, equipped, and empowered in research extension and research production, including publication. So the ARMS, meaning attain, ripen, maintain, and sustain framework, is developed as a strategic mechanism of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines for achieving the National Polytechnic Research University status in 2034. So we actually designed this roadmap, a 10-year roadmap from 2024 to 2034. So how can we jumpstart and our research career? 1, know what you can do. 2, know what opportunities are there. 3, know what can support you to get there. 4, know how to use this support. And important and very important is be there. As part of the academe who is expected to do research, we must remember that a proper mindset is important to get where we want in this field. As a researcher, we must know what we can do, what opportunities are, know what can support you to get there, know how to use the support, and be there. In our university, it is mandated that every faculty must have at least a research production for every 2 years. So with this, so we try to value every researcher's goal of finishing a research work. In PUP, we have what we call the Research Management Office to provide assistance to the needs of faculty, staff, and students in the research journey. We have this kind of guidelines and executive orders and memorandum orders, which we have expressed the university's support in various research production activities. We have established the university research ethics that maximize beneficence and research projects among its participants. We have the dissertation financial assistance, thesis and dissertation grant, utilization of the college grants research fund, and externally research fund, including internally funded research. We have also pathways to refereed journal publication. This is a research capacity training, serve as the stepping stone to various opportunities for research engagement. As we value our research paper, our academic community writes, we organize journal publication writing session, which caters to different field of specialization. Particularly, we have the education, engineering, architecture, design, and build environment, business and finance. We have science, mathematics and statistics. We have social sciences, computer science, information systems, technologies, humanities, languages, and communication. We have also what we call this project brief. What is brief? It's actually building research for internal and external funding. This project brief is a training workshop which focuses on how researchers can write competitive research proposals, both for funding of the university and funding of the external agencies. In this session, researchers learn how to position their proposals along with the international, national, and organizational priority areas. The approval of research proposals are anticipated as researchers participate in this training workshop. The university looks forward for forging a memorandum of understanding and agreement with both government and private organizations, which provide research grant to faculty members and the research team. We have also this what we call write-up. This is write-up on research and innovation towards excellence. Aside from the faculty and staff, our students also be given research writing capability training. Through the project write-up, students who are interested in doing research even before they take the research and thesis courses are provided with free training and workshop. This can be attended by all students from different colleges, for example, across branches and campuses of our university. Now let us proceed to the research presentation. We have what we call the project NIPS. As continued project for the students under project write-up, the Research Management Office Project NIPS. This is national and international paper presentation for students. This training workshop provides overview on research presentation and guides them on how to prepare visuals and skills that are acceptable in academic discussion. So how can a university support research presentation? As paper presentations are usually held in different locations, both locally and internationally, they incur costs to researchers. Special orders are issued in the Philippines to the researchers who will be presenting their papers in international and even in national conferences to ensure that they are eligible to both monetary and non-monetary support from the university. In our university, the university provides financial assistance for international and national paper presentation, provided that the conferences has a provision for publication in Scopus or Web of Science Index journals. So aside from this, the university also organizes research conferences to provide more accessible venues for international paper presentation. Last year, we have organized the International Research Conference on Higher Education. This December, we are scheduled to hold the International Science Conference, Technology and Engineering, exclusively for science, technology, and engineering. So how about for research?
Excuse me, Professor, could you finish your presentation by within 1 minute, because we run around 10 minutes. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so we have actually research publication incentives in our university, and then as research production, presentation, or publication citation goes full circle among the member of the academic community, the university institutionalized an award-giving body that recognizes in research activities. So we have actually this kind of awards in an international publication award. Aside from that, with all this support and assistance, no, to research, our university, like PUP and your university, can become a breeding ground for both novice and expert researchers, having the right combination of great skills for support, no, for our researchers. Any academic institution can fast track it towards becoming a research university. As administrators, we always prioritize the needs of our stakeholders in excelling in what they do best in order to help our respective university to perform better in the aspect of the research. So in the Philippines, the CHED Memorandum Order number 15, series of 2019, was actually implemented, that every graduate students in the higher education institution must have at least one publication before they graduate. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor, to share with us about the Philippines Research University. Thank you so much. Thank you. So we run out of the time, so I would like to continue to the next keynote speaker. He will talk about predicting the future by looking at the trends on emerging technology. Professor Dr. Eric Julian T. Adesta. He was born in 1962, so he's still very young. He is an Indonesian academic who is a vice rector, planning, development, and cooperation universitas in the Global Mandiri, Indonesia. And he used to be a former professor at International Islamic University, Malaysia. He is the former dean of the Faculty of Engineering and was the deputy dean of postgraduate and research at the Faculty of Engineering. In Indonesia, he has been active as an assessor for National Accreditation Council since 2003. And he also a reviewer for competitive funding program, Indonesian Higher Education Council since 2006. His area of expertise include manufacturing engineering, manufacturing cost, supply chain management, project management, and also value engineering. So please welcome Dr. Eric Julian T. Adesta.
Thank you very much, Professor Waipot. Am I correct? Yeah, thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, offline and online, I'm very honored and pleased to meet you all this afternoon. This session supposed to be a very sleepy session because normally after lunch, the mode is starting to start with only 5 watts and reduce to 3 and 2 and then goes to sleep. Yeah, but I'm lucky to have this, so many of you will not be paying attention to my presentation. By the way, again, when it was time I was invited to deliver my keynote address in this very prestigious conference, I just don't have enough time to think about, because it's all, to me, is covering all the ground from management, education, and emerging technology. If you talk about this all, I think we'll need maybe a week of a conference. Yeah. So therefore, when I decided that to look into something, what is it called, very particular, then I would like to pay attention something on the future, on things that will affect most of us. And again, when we talk about this, I realized that being a lecturer, we always lagging behind the technology. We always be lagging because we are the product of yesterday, or in our generation, we taught maybe 20, 30, 40 years ago. And then yet we are to actually educate the students now to prepare them for tomorrow. So it's a double legging, yeah, for us to talk about that. So the only thing that we can do is to predict, to forecast what is gonna happen. Though maybe it's not really correct or 100% accurate, but at least we do something to predict the future. And for me, the good tool is not doing research myself, but I will borrow something that already very much well known. I adopt something from McKinsey Technology Trends Outlook 2022. For me, it is better because it is very credible. The data will be very much accurate, I hope. And therefore, I'm trying to just pinpoint to focus. By the way, how long I have time? Half an hour? Yeah. Okay, 20 minutes. Maybe I will be, just please remind me. When I talk, maybe I cannot stop myself sometimes. Well, yeah, I mean, this is, I think, about 30 years, 30 something, 35 maybe, in this business. I'm as a lecturer. I'm a 6 series now. If BMW will be very expensive. But my age is now 60 exactly this year. So maybe I'm very much lagging behind everything. Anyway, that's very good introduction that you have, explained to the panel offline and online. That I spent 15 years, the last 15 years in Malaysia. I hold various academic positions, therefore my research is not very good. It's an excuse for me, actually. Well, but the International Islamic University in Malaysia is one of the public university that have multiple discipline. They're covering wide range of discipline from social sciences up to medical, pharmacies, you name it, they're all there. So when I decided to return home, back to my kampung, back to village, which is in Palembang, in other island from this Java island, I decided to start again to look into something that may be very much needed by our society. So when I talk about this, then I start to, wait, I can move this slide a little bit. It's rejecting my comment, so trying to, yes. I focus on something be delivered in the report by McKinsey, the innovation, interest, investment, adoption of technology trend in 2021, last year. It's applied AI recorded in highest innovation score. Meaning to say there are actually 5 different focus. If you look into this thing, cannot point to that. Never mind. Oh, come back. Go on. Sometimes you're not catching the signal. Okay. So if you look into this, I choose to look into future bioengineering. Now it's a little bit funny because I myself not actually, my background is not biotech or bioengineering, but my son is. He's now stay in Singapore, and he is actually pharmacist by training, and looking into genome and looking into things that in the future will be called customized medicine. Graduate from NUS, looking into something very particular in what they call it as a genome. Well, I cannot pronounce it right, but I know that it is very futuristic. So therefore, I'm interested into looking into in detail. Although next to me is very much a person in that area. Luckily, I can have him, explain to me later on, whisper to me that the future of bioengineering is something that is our future. We can maybe code our DNA, recoding, and then we will have a very good and people of the future will be all champion. No one will be defeated. Yeah. Okay. So therefore, in innovation, if we can see that in my presentation there, which I adopt again from McKinsey report, the mobility, the clean energy, sustainable consumption. Maybe somebody else will talk about that, but my focus is in bioengineering because at least they carry engineering, which is my background, is in engineering, but bio is something quite challenging to look into. Okay, so when I move to the next slide, if you look into this, that there is a meaningful association with 5 more technology that I mentioned before: the future of bioengineering, future of clean energy, future of mobility, the future of space technologies, and also the sustainable consumption, which people are trying to scare us. The future, you'll be no more food scarcity, food, you will not be able to get supply enough food, so therefore we'll look into things that is, maybe somebody will take care of this bioengineering, so then we'll have what we call as meaningful association, for the next or the trend of technology of the future. And having said that, what is the trend about, particularly on bioengineering? We are looking into the cellular level of complex living system. It is said in the report. The future of bioengineering reflects the convergence of, sorry about this. Okay. The convergence of biological and information technologies to transform business and society. It is defined by 4 areas or 4 arenas. Yeah, number 1 is biomolecules, biosystem, biomachine interfaces, and biocomputing. And in recent years, the biomolecules and biosystem are the 2 have experienced widespread developments. So people doing research in this area, I think very much likely to get funded. Yeah, if you are you are talking to correct person or correct organization, you'll be likely to have funding on these 2 areas. And of course, to supplement that, biomachine interfaces, biocomputing. It means that the future will be very much multidiscipline. So if you are Indonesian, you know that in Indonesia, we are trying to be linear. Yeah. Yes. So linearitas. You must go from the bottom to the top linear. Cannot be set track. You cannot see, just see straight ahead, which I don't think it is good for the future. So we'll have to equip ourselves with many other aspects of other discipline to actually answer the requirement, the need of the future. Coding, for instance, may be needed for everyone, in the future. So therefore, when we talk about this, the 2 biomolecules and biosystem is the 2 very much expected to be developed very fast in the future. Okay, so what sort of support do you expect, when you talk about this? Why should leaders pay attention? Because across industries, according to the report by McKinsey, report efforts in the development and adoption of bio-related technologies are increasing. Number of scientifically feasible use cases, for instance, with implied economic impact across multiple industries identified about 400. And it's more than 400 million investment in cultivated meat in the first half of 2021, projected to increase rapidly. Meaning to say, investor, the investment in this area will grow significantly. This, of course, will provide new business opportunities, which are forecasted at $2 trillion up to $4 trillion. It will be forecasted annually global impact on bioengineering in 2030, 2040. And addressing the global issues, 45% a share of global disease burden that could be addressed. For our wake-up call now, COVID already spent so much, globally. So therefore, when you talk about this global issues, you cannot avoid to talk about things that may be affected human life. Therefore, in order to get into this thing together, this needs to transform production processes. Share of world physical outputs that can be made during using biological means is 60% according to the report, and shifting investment focus will be 30%. Share of private sector R&D that could be spent in bio-related industries. In Indonesia, we have a newly founded institution they call BRIN. This is they synchronize everything, nearly everything. So we are yet to see what is the real focus of this very top priority of this institution. Hopefully we will hear soon they are addressing also at least this area. Yeah, Pak Ari. Okay, so let us now move to, because the expert is next to me, I can be very confident to talk about this. Okay, so let us move to the next page. Let us see what's gonna happen. And this is, the question is, what are the most noteworthy technology? They are talking about starting from topic that omics, and tissue engineering, biomaterials. Now the biomaterials things in my former university is very active, the research in that. We have also addressed this biomaterials. It's becoming the competition between engineering and material sciences. So therefore, when we look into this, who's belong to what, this we must be very confused, because there is no linearity in that. Nobody linear, So people coming from different sort of background, looking into very much topical issues. For example, the mRNA therapy, looking into temporary use of synthetic mRNA translated into protein to compensate for the missing or mutated genes. This benefit offers temporary alternative to gene therapy that aids gene expression without risk. For instance, for COVID-19 vaccine. So you can start to look into this in the near future. What's gonna happen and which direction we are heading to. For the developing country like ours in Indonesia, we have to lead the way. I think somehow we need to start looking into this seriously. Why? Because logically, we are always left behind. We are always lagging. Meaning to say, because our lecturer, our professor, including myself, of course, lagging very much. Because again, as I mentioned, we are the produce of many years ago. And we start preaching our students in the conventional way, and then yet we are preparing them for future. See how much lagging we are. So therefore, unless we are trying to leapfrog the things, I think the dangers is that our students, our future, students and graduates will not be able to answer the need of the future. So it's a wake-up call for me and my friends here that the issue of what we call as in this meeting is emerging technology is there already, but we sort of maybe ignore them because we believe that what we are thinking and what we are learning and teaching is the best. So that must be changed. Okay, so are we there? How many minutes, Prof. Wapong? Okay, good. So, gentlemen, sorry, that is our chairman said that, so I will use the time. What industries were most affected by the trend? Now, believe you me, there are many people now are making huge profit from the last COVID. Well, not last yet, but still there. In fact, they are actually spreading with new name, new generation of the virus. So the healthcare, including the pharmaceutical and fitness, is the leading industry in the adoption of bioengineering, especially in the development of new medical treatments. Luckily, I've got two persons close to me to discuss. My first son is actually internal medicine. My second son is actually the pharmacist. So the two are debating very much on this, because the other one from diagnostic point of view, the other one is coming from what is the new substance to be introduced. So I enjoy the discussion and sometimes debate and sometimes a little bit of fight. Healthcare system, for instance, which is the business of the future, I think. Pharmaceuticals, medical products, the advancement across healthcare, pharmaceuticals, wellness and fitness, biological sciences for improved understanding of health condition and diseases, including diagnosis, I mentioned before, monitoring, treatment, patient outcomes, and scientific discovery. Now, don't forget about ethical and long-term health concerns around use of novel and innovative technologies or on humans. For instance, impact on germ-line gene editing on the future generation yet to be accepted together. Are you really seriously want to duplicate yourself in the future? You have two Prof. or maybe more. That's actually our ethical. Come back to that issue. But it is there. I believe this is not for a very long time in the future. Agriculture, of course, the food scarcity, food, what do we call it? Food, this is genetic modified food, of course, but people are not leaving that things. The agriculture business, because it's not very, very top, people, sometimes prefer to go for financial, for banking, for Bitcoin and things like that. This is actually, not very popular. If somebody would like to see, to get a daughter or son-in-law, they will feel people that very much coming from that recent technology, not from the agriculture. But then our question, if there is no agriculture, what are gonna do it? What food will be available for us? That's actually a big question. Right, so I'm halfway there. Then we come to the discussion about what disruption could the trend enable in healthcare system and services. I just to avoid to name too big, I consider big because it was a startup in Singapore that the two companies my sons have been working with, but they actually invested quite significant amount of money to do this. So forecast globally impact 0.5 to 1.3 trillion in 2030 to 2040, which is 5 years after that is Indonesian golden, what is it? Indonesian emas, golden Indonesia. So believe that not very long after that, we're gonna get this so-called demographic bonus. But I'm not very sure about that to happen, Maybe I'm pessimistic, but that's actually let us debate and let us discuss about this in detail later on. Increasing number of therapies, including those that can treat or even prevent previously incurable diseases. Now this is very interesting because not long ago, maybe it's hoax or it is a real one, that it was found that the syrup is very dangerous for kids, for people under 5 years old, or that's actually to be avoided. Yeah, to administer the young children with this syrup type of medicine. But still, because I'm not the expert in that area, so we'll just follow what is the government have to suggest. Yeah. Of course, untreatable cancer treatment, novel cancer treatment, aging prevention. I mean, very many people will be happy that you will not be old. You'll be stay the age that you prefer to have a look to get a look. Yeah, maybe if your golden era is 40, do you stay 40 for maybe another 100 years? Because aging prevention and health risk, of course. I'm taking Norfast every night, so therefore maybe I will no longer need that. Yeah, but never mind. We have to still looking into ethical concerns, ethical and moral concern about potential unintended side effects of modifying genes, and when applied to embryos and germlines, its impact on the future generation. Let us put some kind of prevention before it happen. Otherwise, if you are already there, then you try to stop it. It is, I believe, unstoppable. So therefore, when we talk about that, let us move to the next slide, number 9. Yeah. What disruption could then trend enable in consumer goods? It's a huge amount. According to the forecast global impact on 2030, 2040, the improving production process for sustainability and cost effectiveness while maintaining and product quality, it will adding new capabilities to products. So if I have to invest, I will try to invest on the consumer goods. I will invest onto this because maybe other kind of things are quite interested, but I just want to make a highlight here. There will be expected outcomes of reduced carbon footprint. Of course, everybody talking about that. In fact, if you are very much looking into ranking, Times Higher Education, THES, no, I think on the second or the third maybe, coming with impact ranking, right? Which address the sustainability development goals. And the reduced carbon footprint very much will have the impact on that. Production can utilize sustainable processes such as leveraging biomass waste to synthesize materials. We are now together moving to electric car, but we need to be able to dispose the battery. We need to carefully dispose everything coming that affect our daily life. And I want just to highlight the red one there, the disruption in value chains. Buyer replacements can cause complex disruption in the value chains. They said vegan leather is often popular topic in debate as widespread implication for instance, economy and consumer perception beyond environmental impact. Meaning to say that the modern people, modern human being will forget, that there is a disruption in the value chain as well. So pay attention to that also. It is our role as an academic to at least remind them when they start greedy, and then they have to be alerted. They must be warned that there is something huge will disrupt our continuity as a human being in this planet. Next, what disruption could the trend enable in agriculture in particular? Again, the forecast said the global impact is 2030 and 2040, which is not far from now. The sustainable and cruelty-free alternative to traditional food option. Of course, the measurement of cruelty here will be different from one society to another society. Maybe cruel for other, maybe it is not so cruel for the rest. So therefore, this is to be seen as one of the means to look into the disruption that this trend enable in agriculture. For instance, the cultivated meat, lab-grown meat such as beef, poultry, seafood can be produced and harvested. And of course, the expected outcome will be production techniques are more accessible, environmentally friendly, friendly to animal welfare, then friendly to worker welfare. Why I'm focusing and looking into this, some of my colleagues, son and daughter, cannot eat the animal slaughter. So for instance, he has a chicken at home, and that particularly the chicken come to our season, like the Hari Raya and thing, they start to slaughter that. They will not eat that because it's a friend for them. So we'll have to see this also as one of the concern that to be seen. In the near future, many people are starting to behave like that. Limited regulatory approval, again, Singapore becoming one of the benchmark, is currently the only country to approve sales of cultivated meat. I'm not sure about Indonesia, hardly. So Singapore is in the first country. Okay, so next is, am I there? Just have to rush a little bit. Now, what disruption could the trend enable in chemicals, materials, and energy? I will underline materials, for instance, for energy. The alternative sustainable sources and processes for materials and energy. Examples drop in environmentally friendly and replacement for popular fossil fuel derived chemicals, polyethylene, plastics, which is undisposable, bio replacement, bio better. Now, what can you see now? Because again, the country, like my country, Indonesia now, having increase in fuel prices, and yet people are still queuing, causing jam here and there. Particularly in my hometown, people are queuing for petrol, for fuel, and yet the price of the fuel are increasing significantly. So therefore, we have urgency here to look into alternative. Expected outcome, of course, as before, is uncertainty will be also the time of impact. No, but we have a possibility of challenge, which is the scalability of the challenges. Bio-based solutions are not necessarily scalable to the extent of full replacement of fossil fuel. So it's an alarming situation because we are one of the country that can have fossil fuel in our soil. And the next question is, what should leaders, everybody in the executive, consider when engaging with the trend? What should leaders consider? Number one, benefits, of course. They're looking into the benefits. Opportunity to address global challenges through improved, enhanced healthcare solutions and accelerate environmental impact through renewable energy sources and more. Novel sustainable production practices that are more environmentally friendly than traditional methods while often being cost effective. Now there is a risk and uncertainties of course. They call it nascent biomarkers, which need to be to address the challenges of consumer perception, the safety, the cost, the quality of end products, not to mention the fake product. Yeah, if you are one that use the cosmetics, well, in Malaysia there is a place where you can find any fake product, and then you'll try to your face, and then I'll guarantee your face will be different. Yeah, so yeah, so better you not risk your face, your beautiful skin and your face. Lack of regulation due to the nascency of markets, along with existing regulation on genetically modified organisms. Again, we always concerned about ethical, about the extent of modifying living system such as the human genes. Please be careful, otherwise we will end up with totally different species in the near future. Okay, so this is what are some topics of debate. I think number one is risk and bioethics. Number two, changes to existing daily life. And number three is the outlook. I think I leave it with you to consider this, because I think whatever I try to display here, of course, as a disclaimer in the beginning, this is a report that been around, circulated, maybe less attention paid into this, but it is by a very much well-known McKinsey report. I think our students in our campus need to address this, and our researchers need to seriously pay attention. I leave it for other issues, with you. Maybe you can choose, but let us get together in the near future, come out with what should be taken, what the action, because better the seminar like this, the conference like this, end up with something that can be followed up, can be act open, so then it's not end up in the shelter as archive documentation of your very novel issue of research. With that, I end my speech with thank you very much. Feel free to contact if you want to collaborate, because in my university I'm tasked with the planning and cooperation, and of course it's not far. My campus in Palembang in South Sumatra. We can discuss something and can still networking together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor. So maybe next time I would like to duplicate myself. So if I died, I still have the second whiteboard still alive.
You have to pay attention. You have to double your wife also.
Okay, thank you.
This
Thank you for your recommendation. So we don't have time for the questions. So I think we won't have a break. So anyone in the room can had a coffee by yourself. Feel free to take your coffee. So I would like to move on to another session. We will start the first presenter of the second session. Okay, I will start with the first presenter. Is Hermawan. Are you online? Is Hermawan?
Yes, Pak. Hello. Yes.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
Yeah, okay. I will give the floor to Mr. Hermawan to talk about the stock accuracy analysis in warehouse, daily cycle calculation based on ABC method. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for me to present about my journal, Stock Accuracy Analysis in Warehouse, with the title Daily Cycle Calculation Based on ABC Methods. I am Eric Hermawan. With my team, Ibu Rasista Fikaliana, Pak Rifan Indra Setiawan, and Pak Irwan Syah. First, I want to introduce about the three reasons. The first, in Indonesia, electronic commerce has increased in recent years, especially after e-commerce of various marketplace websites such as Tokopedia, Lazada, Bukalapak, Aku-Laku, Bilibili, GDID, and many others. E-commerce is electronic commerce for a process of buying or selling product. The e-commerce business in Indonesia is increasing is very promising. Then during the pandemic, digital based on trading business is even projected to grow around 30.2% from 2000, which reached the 253 trillion in 221. This is very expected rate. Then in achieving business, a company has have a process as must be implemented and integrated properly. If there the inhibiting process, it will be affect other main process. One process has an important role in supporting the business of the retail company in the inventory management process. The common problem is their comparison between a stock of goods recorded and amount of stock in warehouse. This is the problem. Then therefore the necessary to have a correct calculation in controlling the correct inventory, one of which is by using the cycle counting method. Using ABC methods to minimize the possibility of lost item of or damage. And the following is a list of client from Highstar is a client DPT Sarina Persero. Then the research objective, we want to propose of the study was to analyze to the implement of the cycle counting with the ABC methods in measuring stock accuracy in the warehouse. The type of the study was a descriptive quantitative with case study at the Bintang Dagang International Highstar, member of client PT Sarina Persero. The methodology used was the ABC method based on the category of fast-moving goods sales or FSMG. Then we find the result and discussion about the based on the table from the summary daily cycle content carried of the inventory division PT Bintang Dagang International Highstar on the Sarina client for F&B product. There are 18 pieces consisting of 7 SKU, stock keeping units, declare short kit, collection of inventory data for F&B product sold July 2021 until April 2022. Inventory data at PT Bintang Dagang International on the Sarina office store client. Look the product like Blima Rambutan, Blossoms, Blima Dark, Acacia, Wokripik, Tempe, Rasa Kunyit, and so on. With a count and stage. This is a result and discussion. Then, first result and discussion based on the result of the cycle counting analysis using the ABC method, it was found the result of the calculation of inventory analysis using the ABC method for product F&B at PT Bintang Dagang on the Sarina client, total absorbed value of 155 billion rupiah from 185 SKU with 3,059 pieces. The results show the sales with the large value were category A, which had a absorption value of 55% with a sales value of 116 million, and the product sold of 2,703 pieces from 41 SKU. Category B had an absorption value of 20% with a sales value of 7,759,000, and the product sold 217 pieces from 80 SKU. The keyword cycle counting, ABC cycle counting, then ABC method, then inventory control. The conclusion, we can conclusion it can be concluded that first the F&B product classification in Sarina consists of 185 SKU using the ABC method, namely for category A, consisting of 41 SKU with percentage 75%. Category B consists of 60 SKU with a percentage of absorption value with 20%. Then category C consists of 83 SKU with a percentage of the absorption value of fund of 50% with a value of rupiah 7,759,900 with a usage quantity of 215 pieces. The last application of the cycle counting with the ABC method carried out by inventory at Bintang Dagang International in measuring the accuracy of stock in the warehouse has been properly carried out. Inventory efficiency 6 can be done with a tight control on supply control and scheduling, especially in category A, the following by category B and C, by applying scheduling to product with fast moving category or with sales with the head value. This is my reference with 14 reference. from Brosok Journal until McDonald John Mark. This, my friend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
Ladies and
Hermawan.
gentlemen.
Thank you for your nice presentation. Thank you. I think we run out of the time, so maybe I will give the chance to our evaluator later, because we will have a question and answer session later. We will have about 10 minutes. So I would like to inform you that the second technical session, we have Dr. Ali and Professor Uri. They will be the evaluator for this session, so please do your best. Okay, I move to the second presenter. The second presenter will talk about the review of the charity model church to disability toward disability liberation in Indonesia. So we have Emmanuel, Joseph, Andrew, and also Dr. Bambang to present the paper. Are you ready? Okay, you have 15 minutes. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. This, can I introduce myself? I'm Manuel Teguh Santoso, first author, and then second author, Joseph Heristio Endro Baruno. That author, Bambang Sugiono Agus Purwono. I will present my paper with topic reviewing the charity model toward disability liberation in Indonesia. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. My outline paper. Mas maju lagi. Ya. My outline paper. Research background, literature study, research method, result and discussion, conclusion and references. Yes, my research background, being charitable toward others, in the common church ministry, the focus of this ministry is to the poor, sick, convicts and foreigner, widows, orphan, including disability. In other words, the charity present the sign of God's goodness and peace. And then the idea of charity involves helping others who are generally considered weaker or more needy, or those with a lower status than those who offer help. According Holoran, charity is a social construct. The religion, instead of the church, charity is more of a means to the soul salvation than an attempt to diagnose and alleviate the burden of the suffering of beneficiaries. And then church continuously encourage people to act charity at any moment. Problem caused by charities, number one, making church more as a donor agency or making church more as a foundation. And then number two, making disability people as the target of social ministry or the object ministry. And then this kind of charity approach will place people with disabilities living independent on other and object and become object of charity. Next slide. And then the objective research, number one, to find out how the church charity ministry does not stop at placing disability only as an object of service, which is powerless to determine the direction of service and policies toward itself. And then number two, to find out the church charity approach as an effective approach by the church as an effort to liberate people with disabilities. And then model and approaches to disability. We can see 5 models: charity, medical, social, culture, and right-based model. Yes. And then charity model. The charity model sees disability as recipient of mercy, suffering, tragedy, and in need of service. Hannah Lewis sees that the church position itself more as a donor and a disability institution as a beneficiary, and the object of the target of the faith action of the people. Charity model views a disability under the control and power of non-disabled people. And then second model, medical model. The medical model deal with individual issues, focusing on individual weakness and medical intervention. Disability is caused by disease, trauma, and other health. And disability is pathological. This model ignores the social role in disability issues. Third model, social model, Oliver Kahn, Michael Oliver, called it society failure to provide appropriate service and adequately ensure the needs of disabled people. For this reason, Raphael proposed it is best to look at this model with analogies of sexism and racism. The focus of this model is on the issue of social role restriction. They were not meeting people's expectation and excluding them from social activities. Disability is outside of normal society. The social model is broader and more diverse than the medical model. Christian Blind Mission sees the need for social renewal and participation, raising awareness and changing attitude practically and politically. Culture models, David Mitchell and Sharon Snyder propose a culture model by combining two previous model, medical and social, with the study of identity research and culture analysis. Shaper summarized this model and its implication. As with the social model, disability remain a social construction, but the cultural model views it as part of the construction of the very nature of society itself rather than only the result of social discrimination. The research method, this research is a class product of the disability theology in Faculty of Theology in Satyawacana University, Christian University. This research was conducted on October 22nd to for November in 2021. The data collection strategic, hybrid manner, and interview technique, data analysis, reduction, display, and verification technique developed by Mail and Haberman, research method, qualitative descriptive approach by providing open question. This is a research conceptual framework. Disability is construction social, can by church or society. Them called the handicap, impairment, abnormal, barrier, stigmatization, and marginalization. And then how a charity model can assist disability. We hope with charity model can open accessibility, give participation, and then empowerment and opportunity. We hope ending for research, the disability have a liberation. And then next, result and discussion. Yeah, visiting disability. This is a church program. And then number 2, giving understanding that disability is family problem. Number 3, providing social support. Number 4, giving disability the service opportunities. 5, having serious psych about disability issues. And then the church ambivalences. On the one hand, the church is very open to people with disability. They learn about disabilities and how to serve them. But on the other hand, the church still gives a negative stigma to people with disabilities as people who are not normal, unable to show their capacity in ministry. In other words, on the one hand, accepting people with disability to be part of the church, but at the same time rejecting them as disabled. And then charity model as liberation for disability. David McLachlan formulated 3 models on theological model in relation to disability. Number 1, sacrifice, justice, and victory. And then Sarah White and Romy Tiongko give critical note on charitable service. They suggest considering charitable service as liberal development, taking responsibility and liberation. And then how about we make a creative space in the church? Creative space as a liberation disability space. The creative step of church to free people from disabilities is a space that contribute to encouraging and creating everyone to reflect on their faith and belief in God. And then everyone, able people and disabled people on the creative space can creatively share their belief and feelings as an integral part of a community called the church. Conclusion, all Christians get an evangelical mandate to serve and do charity work. This means that the charity model is integrally inseparable from the church for all time. Charity should continually moving, transforming in response to service need, moving people with disabilities from a passive position to actively participating and playing a real role in determining policy, directions, and strategic steps for services. This is references. Next. Next again. Next. Yes, this is by data, first author. Okay, next. Yeah, second author, Dr. Yosef Heristio Endro Baruno. Okay, this is a third author. Okay, thank you for these opportunities.
Thank you so much. It's interesting topic. So we will move to the third presenter, Aline. Aline is will be online or video. Aline, are you
Good afternoon,
online?
everyone.
Okay, you have 15 minutes. So you will talk about the strategic business intelligence through cloud-based risk management information system. Okay, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, and greetings from the Philippines. Today I will present to you my paper entitled Strategic Business Intelligence Through Cloud-Based Risk Management Information System. Please allow me to share my PowerPoint, sir. I hope everyone can see this one. Is it visible? Okay. I'm going to start now. Natural hazards, pandemic, fierce competition, global economic meltdowns, to name a few, poses so much threat to the organizational stability, sustainability, and survival. If and when a risk becomes a reality, how an organization mitigates risk will determine its survival, whether it will thrive and have profits or loss, or either file for bankruptcy. Please allow me to show you a slice of reality. How many organizations in our countries have prepared for this? Industries maybe, where this is a part of the standard requirement. But government, academia, I don't think they have risk management systems. We are caught off guard last 2020 on the onset of the pandemic. COVID-19 is not even outlined in our plans. It is unforeseen. We are blindsided and we suffered greatly because of the effect of the pandemic. With this, my system is geared into the design and creation of a cloud-based risk management information system, which will optimize the use of technology in order to ensure the organizational stability. The system will use business intelligence and its tools in the process. The study will focus on organizations which have an estimated number of 500 to 600 employees as of June 2022 data. This study will have an immeasurable influence on how the strategic level of management and its employee will play a role in the organization, and how will this safeguard the organization against various threats. And the purpose of this is actually to develop a sort of preventive means in order for us for the organization to sustain, even if there are risks involved or challenges at play. The study intends to address the urgent need to establish a robust risk management plan that intends to fortify the academy's procedure and identifying, avoiding, and countering potential threats, minimizing their impact should they occur, perhaps saving the resources and thereby protecting the organization's future. After conducting literature checking, I have found out the following research gap, which leads me to the crafting of the statement of the problem. I have here is OP1 or statement of the problem 1. What risk can be identified and analyzed using critical success factor theory, because I have seen that there's a scarcity in the literatures that utilize critical success factor in the educational risk. Statement number 2 is what data mining techniques will identify the risk categories and subcategories. So I have also seen that data mining techniques are not usually applied in identifying educational risk categories and subcategories. They are normally found in healthcare, banking, finance, etc. A statement of the problem number 3, how can the data mining algorithms be evaluated in terms of accuracy? So I have noticed that there are a few literatures involving the evaluation of the accuracy of data mining algorithms used in risk identification. Is OP4, what are the discovered patterns identified in risk categories and subcategories? I have seen that there are limited literatures dedicated to discovering patterns identified in educational risk categories and subcategories. And number 5, how does the recommended treatment or action plan help the management mitigate the risk? So I have seen also that there is a scarcity in finding research literatures on recommended application being applied in mitigating risk. And lastly, statement number 6, I have seen that there's limited research conducted on cloud-based risk management system for an academic institution, and none was evaluated using ISO. That's why my question number 6 is, how is the developed cloud risk management information system be evaluated using ISO standards on the following quality characteristics to include functional suitability, performance efficiency, compatibility, usability, reliability, security, maintainability, and portability. So those are the questions I have crafted. And with this, I have come up with a thematic format for my literature mapping. So I separated them into risk management process, risk identification, data mining, in order for me to come up with a sort of visual on how to create a risk management information system, which will lead into strategic business intelligence. So I am hoping that this research study, the findings and results and recommendations may serve as basis for the other public special higher academic institution to ensure organizational stability and resiliency. I have here the mapping. I will just briefly run through this because of time limitation, but I have separated the different risk management process here. Also, here are the pertinent risk identified, the categories as well. And this is the mining techniques I have used. This is in consideration of some relevant examples, which I have found on different areas such as supply chain, enterprise, financial, health, education, business, safety management, operational risk, which may be or we might play an important role in the paper. And lastly, the strategic business intelligence. I have here deciphered several of the significant factors which played great purpose in aligning in the crafting of my paper. And this is just a summary of the references I have used for the synthesis. I am just showing this briefly before I move. Now for the theoretical framework, I have used the critical success factor theory as a main focus on the variables that significantly affect the feasibility, effectiveness, and efficiency of an organization. And this can contribute to the achievement of organizational goals and objectives, to include, of course, the risk management. So I have here the 5 focus points: the strategic focus, financial stability, environmental security, successful operations, and reputable branding and marketing as my main focus. However, of course, this particular focus can be tailored fit to the needs of the organization, depending on what organization to be used. Should one wanted to apply this particular theoretical framework in their own organizations later. To provide a short discussion on the crafting of the 5-point focus, I have utilized 2 supporting foundations here. First, I consider the identification of risk type through risk identification framework, which is associated with success indicator of the focus points, the one I mentioned earlier. And the second is the risk management process that needs to be followed to attain the goal of having a dependable risk management information for the host organization. So aligning this with my conceptual framework, I opted to highlight the actual process of transforming the data gathered into usable and reliable technology for my organization. So the CSF theory mentioned earlier will serve as the guide in identifying the key success factors that will provide the optimum business edge for the host organization. The study will utilize data from the host company, such as using the independent variables such as the risk categories and subcategories. And the CREST DM here, as shown, will be used as a data mining process model in order to analyze the values of the dependent variables to include total risk scores, which is composed of risk likelihood, risk magnitude or severity, and risk consequence of occurrence. So also here to be included is the risk prioritization and the risk treatment plan. During the creation of the system, I'm going to use iterative and incremental development model to provide avenue for adjustments whenever there are other options which is most suited for the features of the system. The end goal of the study is mainly to check its feasibility in academic setting, and perhaps later it can be used when we are going to apply it to other forms of organization. For my methodology, I use descriptive developmental research design, which will identify first the problems existing within the organization, which is risk-related problems. Alongside descriptive research design will be the deployment of a development research where product development process is analyzed and described. Of course, later on, the final product will be evaluated. These two research designs are immensely intertwined, since the recommendations for problem solving and the implementation of new technologies can be made based on the results of the first stage here during the checking of the variables. Then the systematic iteration of the system designing, development, and evaluating stages until ready for deployment will be pivotal in this study. So the stakeholders will have a greater role in ensuring that the final output will be tailor-fitted to the organization. So alongside this study, as mentioned earlier, the iterative and incremental system development model may help me uncover a more customized design for the system as I go on, because I might sometimes find something which will not fit during the development. So I will follow these 4 processes. And to ensure that there is linear logic in my research procedure, an careful consideration of what I had mentioned earlier. In designing the risk management information system, I will look into Blacklist-Enterprise for the front-end and server and Firebase for its database. So once designed and developed, it will be evaluated by ISO. And of course, I have also identified 3 main instruments here, such as participant observation, document analysis, and key informant interview. Other instrument for the triangulation, which I can also use several sets of questionnaire. I adopted one from Gatpandan and Ambat, and also adopted one from Kikwazi. So these are the instruments which I'm going to use. I'm just showing it briefly. And for my partial results, based on the results of the study, I am looking into this one vis-a-vis the objectives. So I have here for my SO1, or for my objective 1, which is to identify and analyze risk using critical success factor, I was able to come up with the following. Strategic focus involves strategic risk, financial stability has financial risk underneath it. Environmental security has engineering and infrastructure risk, as well as workplace hazard and disaster risk. And successful operation have operational risk and educational risk. Reputation, branding, and marketing has legal and reputational risk. Meaning, in order for the 5 points to be able to measure the success of these 5 points, these identified risks underneath them should be addressed first. It should be found out first, and there should be a treatment plan for those. So for the SO2, to determine data mining techniques that will identify the risk categories and subcategories, I have used unsupervised machine learning because these are not structured data. So for OS3, to evaluate the data mining algorithms in terms of accuracy, I have used area under curve silhouette score and accuracy score with 90%. OS4, I have here to discover patterns identified in risk categories and subcategories. As mentioned earlier, it will be unsupervised machine learning. OS5 to determine the recommended treatment and action plan that help the management mitigate the risk. Recommender system, particularly knowledge-based and content-based, will be used. To evaluate the developed cloud-based risk management information system using ISO, IEC 25010-2011 standards on software quality characteristics to include, of course, functional stability, suitability, performance efficiency, compatibility, usability, reliability, security, maintainability, and portability. I have here we'll use, of course, the mentioned questionnaires to measure the one adapted from Gatpandan without modification to evaluate the particular system. As of today, the system is already in the state of actual creation of the cloud-based risk management information system that will address the need for automation and proper knowledge management of risk reports while carefully balancing the eccentricities of an academic institution. That is all. Maraming salamat po. I'm giving
Thank
back
you,
the floor
Terima
now.
kasih. Thank you so much. Thank you for your very informative research findings. Okay, we will move to the fourth presenter. We will have Abelardo. Are you online now?
Yes, sir. Good
Okay,
afternoon.
Abelardo will talk about towards the development of a career path recommender system for senior high school in selected public schools using multi-level classification. Okay, you have 15 minutes. Okay, 15 minutes. Okay, I will give you the floor.
Just wait, sir. I'm having trouble on my system for sharing my screen. Wait.
So I think he has technical problems. So, he's come back already. Okay. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon again.
Okay. You have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Noted on that. Can you confirm if you see my screen now?
Yes.
Okay, so good afternoon, everybody. My name is Abelardo Buca, the students from De La Salle University, Dasmariñas, and my topic is about towards the development of career path recommender system for senior high school. Then for the abstract, the Philippines challenged accepting reforms that shifted 10 years to K-12 program, adding 2 years to the students' basic education. Each graduate students from grade 10 must be choose a career path that will give them the skills they need for the future ready. Given the long-term effects of the student's career, selecting senior high school track or strand is the most important life decisions that will ever make. In this paper, the career recommender system will introduce to avoid mismatch of strand and tracks and help the students to choose path fits on their taste and capacity. The researcher will collect related data from 6 selected public schools offering grade 10 in Valenzuela City, Philippines, and explore different data such as family background, personality tests by Goldbergs, the grades, the GWA, full IQ test, and the multiple career development path from Department of Education. So data will be cleaned and use content-based filtering and classification algorithm in machine learning like decision trees, k-nearest neighbor, naive Bayes, and support vector machines that will serve the base classifier, multi-level classification. That it will go to the development, and the system will be evaluated using unified theory of acceptance and use of technology and the ISO 250. As I mentioned, in 2016, the challenge accepting reforms that shifted to K-12 basic education program. The new curriculum includes senior high school or grade 11 and grade 12. The focus of this curriculum is to prepare the students for further studies, employment, entrepreneurship, and middle skills development. K-12 programs allow the graduates to become competitive in the chosen field of specialization and the process necessary skills and competencies according to et al. This on et al. 2019. However, there are noticeable situations in which the students enrolled in college are not associated with the track and strand of senior. In 2019, the mismatch rates is about 39% and 31% for the school year 2018 and 2019, according to Quintos et al. 2020. This track or strand of senior high school mismatch could lead the job mismatch in the future. So according to a recent study by the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, revealed that 39% of the employed Filipinos are overeducated. At the same time, quarter of it is undereducated, highlighting the seriousness of the country's education job mismatch, according to Tutor 2019. That's why President Marcos Jr. administration want to check the education curriculum to correct job mismatch in the country. As I quote, we need to review our career guidance program for students to check what areas need to be reinforced or adjusted to address this mismatch. We need to have a science-based and data-driven approach to solve this problem. So since there are still problems in choosing the track of the K-12 program, and the K-12 program is relatively new in the Philippines, the study aims to solve social issues while also elevating the study by applying operationalizing system theories to help students to choose the right path in the future. A career path recommender system will introduce to avoid mismatch of strand and tracks and help the students to choose the possible career path that fits their taste and capability. For related studies, the researchers provide matrix to gain insight to find the gaps that needs to be addressed. The matrix is composed of 3 categories, including machine learning, fuzzy-based, and multi-level classification-related studies. The work of Morsom et al. 2019 proposed a course recommender system for liberal arts bachelor's programs in University of Maastricht in content-based filtering. And the system recommend courses based on content best matches for student academic performance. In 2019, Coronadi et al. Proposed a framework for intelligent recommender system for college students. And another in Nigeria, a system was developed by machine learning using grades dataset that employed by machine learning classification model. And Amir et al. Use a approach in user knowledge in actions, then comparing to attributes to recommend courses. And have also Tanya et al. Proposed a career recommender system using content-based filtering using K-means algorithm. Other studies like Mokaramal et al. Provide a recommendation system that help prospective students choose the most suitable private university for admissions. For Base Logic in the Philippines, the work of Natividad et al. Proposed a career recommender system for senior high school students that aims to help students decide what career to pursue. It uses different filter methods to select attributes for quiz inputs. The attributes include the family background, the grades, and the socioeconomic status. In India, Berna et al. Developed a student career path recommendations in the engineering stream based on three-dimensional model. And Quimhe et al. Collected 1,000 academic performance, personality type, and extracurricular skills from 1,250 engineering students. And I added multi-level, which I just add multi-level for my directions of my research, but not related to career. Therefore, the objective of the study is to identify the attributes that significantly contribute to the students to predict the future senior high school track. Number two, to determine the supervised machine learning best suited in choosing the senior high career track and strand that fits students' capabilities. Number three, to determine the discovered pattern in choosing the senior high school career strand. And lastly, to evaluate the recommender application software in terms of ISO 25010 and the user intentions and the use of information system using the UTAUT theory. Then for the research design, the proponent will use descriptive quantitative method and developmental research. For the research procedure, the research will use classification data mining techniques to find significant pattern from the students. It employs the cross-industry standard process for data mining to meet the study's goals. It starts with business understanding, data preparation, modeling, evaluations, and deployment. Then for the respondents, the table shows the respondents of the study for software quality of 6 selected public schools. There are 6 principals of each, 6 principals, 6 program coordinators, and 6 guidance counselor, and 6 technical experts for the total of 54 respondents. And 10% of the student estimated populations will be the respondents of the user intentions on the use of information system using proportionate stratified random sampling with a total of 254 students. Then under data gathering statistical analysis, we have the system will be tested using the ISO 25010 software quality standard that will be assessed by IT professionals and non-IT group, and the unified theory acceptance of the use of technology for users evaluation acceptance that will be assessed by the students. Then for the conclusions, the study will use For the formula, the study will use weighted mean formula for the software quality instrument, and we use partial least squared structure equation modeling method for the UTAUT. And for the conclusions, based on the related studies stated in this paper, numerous studies have been conducted on the career path recommender system. This system provides opportunities and solutions to various career problems. This system collected ranging from 156 to 8,700 from students based on student performance. So while reviewing the related studies, there are some gaps have been identified. Number one, the researchers often focus only on the factors such as student academic performance and skills interests in the study that use machine learning techniques. Number two, factors theories on career development are already well established, but very little research has examined how these theories relate to people's early career track decisions. Factors influencing the choice of career path are still poor understood, particularly in the Philippine setting. And lastly, they only use multi-class classification in producing output. So the researchers is inspired to develop the recommender system that recommends senior high school track and strand. The proposal will use content-based filtering, classification algorithm in machine learning like SBM, NAI-based, KNN decision trees to serve as a base classifier in the multi-level classification. In addition, aside from academic performance, the career interest, the study will explore additional factors for recommending, such as family, Big Five personalities by Goldberg, IQ tests, and some multiple career development toolkits used by the Department of Education as dataset for the classification model. Then here is the instrument for the Utaot adapted from Venkatesh, and this is for the ISO 2055010 adapted from Gatpandan et al. Thank you and maraming salamat po.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Belardo. Okay, we are around 10 or 15 minutes behind our schedule, so I would like to move on to the fifth presenter. He will present the paper entitled The Influences of the Brand Image, Customer Perceived Value, and Customer Satisfaction on Repurchases of Sasha Inchi Bean Tea. May I invite Sipnerong Kanchanawong Paisan from Thailand. You have 15 minutes. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay. Is that work? Oh, yeah. Okay. Good afternoon. It should be a Salamat Sore, is it? Okay. Thank you. Okay. Previous. Okay. Today, let me introduce myself. My name is Sipnerong. I'm the doctoral study student in Thailand in the Southeast Asia University. And then I'm studying in the PhD of Business Administration. Anyway, this research, I study about the influence of the brand image of the customer perceived value and the customer satisfaction on the repurchase of Sasha Inchi Bean Tea. Okay. First of all, I like to explain to you, I'm not for sure this plant is in the Indonesia or not, but this is just a very late. Is it in Indonesia? Is it plant? Yeah. Okay. This plant we call Sasha Inchi Bean Tea. Actually, the scientific name is a Plucenitia volubilis or Sasha Inchi. It's a perennial plant in the native of the southern part of the South America and the Caribbean. It produced a fruit that cultivate for the large seeds, and because it was traditionally consumed by the indigenous groups in the Peru. And it is sometimes referred as a mountain peanut or Inca nut. It's grown in the Peru. That's why we call Inca nut. Although the fruit itself is not commonly consumed, the seeds are roasted and eaten. They are also ground into the fine powder and add the food products. plus the oil extract from the seeds and the use of cooking or skincare products as show you like this. It's got a lot of the study about the nutrition of this. Okay. The nutrition of the sacha inchi bean. The sacha inchi bean seeds are rich of the protein, fiber, and the healthy fat. A 0.4 ounce or 10 grams. A serving of the sacha inchi seeds contain a calorie 70, a protein, fat, and carbs and fiber. It's got a lot of study about the nutrition of this plant. Okay, come back to my research. In all around the world, the tea is the very most popular beverage in the world, but not in Thailand. Yesterday, we have a dinner outside in here, and we found the tradition of the Indonesian drink tea, right? But not in Thailand. In Thailand, when we are dinner, we drink alcohol. And then, okay, the tea is not in every habit of the Thai people consume. Tea is average just only 0.93 per person per year, while British and Hong Kong people, they are consume the tea as an average just 2.74 and 1.42 per person per year. However, this incident provide an opportunity for the growth of the tea market, both domestically and internationally. Department of the Negotiate revealed that tea planting is popular, cultivate in the northern part. Have you ever been to the Thailand before? In the northern part, in the very north, we call the province Chiang Rai, and down below is Chiang Mai, Phrae, Mae Hong Son, Nan, something like that. They are a high level. They grow a lot of the tea, but not this one, but it's just a normal tea. Okay, the tea cultivated in Thailand is more like Chinese tea, and the tea production in Thailand is an industrial level due to the large area the tea cultivation in the northern part country. Nowadays, tea consumers are all over the drink tea of the health purpose. Therefore, there should be a promotion concerning tea drinking among Thai, and at the same time, and additionally, channel to the expert Thai tea board. Okay, this is an opportunity. That's why the preliminary information of the research, me as a researcher is interested to the study about the Dao Inca tea. Why we call Dao? Dao is a Thai word. Dao, we call Dao is a star. The seeds, the shape of the seed is just like a pentacle. That's why we call Dao, because it's just like a star. It's about the brand image, customer perceived value, and the customer satisfaction of the product that will be influencing to the consumer's repurchase. This will be a benefit of the develop of the appropriate and effective to the marketing strategy of the Inca Star tea product in the Chersia market. Chersia market is just like local market. That's why I'm interested in this. This is just a very small scale of the product, but I believe the small scale can be a mass product if they can be a properly theoretical. Okay. This is the conceptual framework. The brand image, the customer perceived value, and the customer satisfaction will be influenced to the repurchase. Okay. This is the variable and measurement item. I read a lot of the literature, I reviewed a lot, and then I found the brand image will consist by the attribute, the benefit, value, counter, personality, and the user by the Philip Color. And the customer perceived value is consist by functional value, social value, emotional value, epistemic value, and the conditional value. And the customer satisfaction is consist by definitely Philip Kotler, price, place, product, and the promotion. And finally, the repurchase consists by intention to repurchase, intention to follow the information, the intention to recommend it, and the intention to the regular repurchase. This is my timeline. I was a research discussed with my experts, and Professor Whitepot, he's one of my professor. I start at January, and I start to the questionnaire survey since February until the May, and I got the result and the conclusion on July. All the sample were 408 customers from the market. All the customers is used to buy this product, and they are traveler to visit that market. The number of the place is calculated by the pieces. They calculate by the G-Power software. This is a demographic. I'm not going to the detail, but I just want to focus to the gender. The gender that I focus just 50 or almost 50-50, and the age. I focus to the age because the most of the age are 48 or above, are 66%. We believe the people who are at age of or above more than 46, they got a time to spend, they got a time to relax, and then they can be enjoying the tea. Okay, this is the result that I got. I'm finished. The R square from the model summary can explain this model of 55%. For me, it's okay. And the coefficients, we found the customer satisfaction is the first, and followed by brand image and the customer perceived value. What we found is that a repurchase behavior is a consumer of a Sasha Inchi bean tea depend on their satisfaction, which are consistent with the research result. I know I will come here to present my paper. That's why I try to find the research from the Indonesia, and I found that the effect of the trust of brand image of the repurchase intention in online shopping by should be Hendra Rigi Vijalas. That's the name. Forgive me if I wrong pronounce. Is it correct? Oh yeah. Okay. This is a study from Indonesia. It can be confirmed from my theory. Okay, and also the customer perceived value had a positive influence on the repurchase. It's also confirmed. This is what I find. Okay, the conclusion. The study of the result found that a repurchase behavior of the consumer of the Sasha Inchi bean tea is depend on the satisfaction as the first priority, followed by the brand image and the perceived value of the product. Therefore, I try to give the suggestion and try to help the manufacturer should be improved to realize in the factor of the causes of the satisfaction with the product, but should not be ignored another two. It's the remaining two factor, but however, the product at local level can be developed into the international product. It also requires knowledge and the marketing, a production and the industrial purpose. That is my duty to enter the global market further. That is my research. Is there any question?
You have any questions? No? Okay,
we have a limited time.
Limited time, yes. We are 4 minutes behind the schedule. So I would like to finish everything on time. So I don't want to waste everyone's time. So you can go back
Thanks
home.
a lot.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, next I would like to move to the sixth presenter. We have Denver John Kalenchok and Daniel Desik. Are you online?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you will talk about automated data labeling for document security, categorization, and prevention, and application of text and data mining. Okay, you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Yeah. Is my screen visible now? Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Denver John Calantok, and I will be presenting my work in progress research paper and its partial results entitled Automated Data Labeling for Document Security Categorization and Prevention, an application of text and data mining. A little background about me. I'm currently a senior software engineer at Amdocs Philippines and a doctorate in information technology student at De La Salle University, Dasmariñas, Philippines. And my advisor for this research is Dr. Daniel Dasig Jr. Currently, we are living in a digital era where millions of data are processed every day. Either the data lives or stays in the organization. As the volume of the data grows rapidly, the business grows complexity on handling the data to support the business. The data became an asset to the company since they can utilize the data to improve their businesses. Also, the data can be liability since the organization are trusted to take care of it. Taking care of data means the organization is responsible to protect and secure the data away from threats, misuse, and possible losses. According to the Varonis Data Lab, in 2019, on average, every employee had access to 17 million files and 1.21 million folders. And 53% of companies found over 1,000 sensitive files accessible to every employee. Furthermore, 51% of companies found over 100,000 folders open for every employee, and 22% of folders were open to every employee. There are 3 states of data, and accordingly, there are also 3 ways for data loss modes. So data can be lost in motion, in use, or at rest. Data in each state often requires different techniques for loss prevention. For example, on data in use, we can monitor user interactions on the data, and we could apply policy. And on data in motion, we can analyze data traffic over the network, identify sensitive content being sent via email, IM or HTTP or FTP, and apply policy. On data at rest, we can scan, inspect enterprise data repositories to identify sensitive content and apply policy accordingly. So this research paper will focus on data at rest. And this study aims to develop an automated data labeling for security categorization and prevention to identify, monitor, protect, and reduce the risk of sensitive data leakage using text and data mining techniques. Based on the gathered information, following are the research questions raised. The first one is how to identify the sensitive data on the documents using the information security theory. Currently, digital documents such as high-level design, solution specifications are manually tagged by the employees for their level of sensitivity. But not all documents are properly tagged for sensitivity. And oftentimes, tagging is not entirely based on the content of the document. The second research question is, how can text mining processes be used to establish the corpus? Most of the documents currently are examined manually, and no corpus was established as a basis for sensitivity. There are several studies conducted already that uses text mining on the readily available corpus on the web, but not on the real data sets or digital documents. And the third research question is, how can data mining techniques be used on sensitive data and evaluate the accuracy of algorithms? There are only few literatures evaluating the accuracy of data mining algorithms that being used on real digital documents. And the fourth research question is, how do data mining algorithms discover patterns in sensitive documents? There are few studies conducted that applies data mining algorithms to discover patterns on real digital documents, but there are few who use on the field of software development. And the fifth research question is, how can documents be accessed with the relevant content to the appropriate users? And the sixth question is, how can the respondents evaluate this application system in terms of functionality, performance, efficiency, compatibility, usability, reliability, security, maintainability, and portability. And the last research question is, how will the evaluation results enhance the organization's data protection, procedures, and policies? Specifically, this study aims to answer the following research objectives. So to determine the characteristic of the sensitive data on the documents using the information security theory. And the second one is to determine the text mining processes to establish the corpus. And the third one is to determine the data mining technique used in sensitive data and the accuracy of algorithms. And the fourth one is to discover patterns of sensitive data on digital documents using the data mining algorithms. And the fifth research objective is to access the documents with relevant content to the appropriate users. And the sixth research objective is to evaluate the application system in terms of the functionality of it, the performance efficiency, the compatibility of the system, the usability of the system, the reliability of the system, security on the system, the maintainability of the system, and how portable the system it is. And the seventh objective is to evaluate the results to enhance the organization's data protection, procedures, and policies. The study will be focused on analyzing, designing, development, and testing of the data sensitivity model for the implementation of the document security categorization and prevention. This study will be confined on determining an effective sensitivity classifier of the company digital documents by identifying the latent vocabulary, syntax, and semantic language features of the sensitive information in a corpus. Moreover, this research will include the development of an application that will automatically classify the digital documents for sensitivity and will apply appropriate company security categorization policy. Here are the 4 points in the literature that I was able to see. The first one is on the study of McDonald in 2019. It was posited that automatic sensitivity classification can be effective for assisting human reviewers with the sensitivity review of digital documents. The second point is the text mining have been used in locating, identifying, and extracting relevant information and data from unstructured and unorganized textual resources. And the third point is on the study of Shuki et al. Posited that detecting sensitive information in unstructured text document is the key to preventing leakage of data. Hart et al. Study on the LP approach used a machine learning algorithm specifically support vector machines to learn and automatically classify both structured and unstructured sensitive information, but the monitored information is classified as either public or private. This study will be backed by the information security theory and its 4 constructs and their relationships. Nowadays, more informations are stored digitally, and they have some attributes including sensitivity and level of analysis. Controls here refers to the organizational security controls or countermeasures, which are defined as an appropriate mix of physical, technical, or operational security controls. Threats here are potential negative action that can damage the integrity, confidentiality, and availability of organizational information, whereas resources refers to anything that could help the organization to formulate and implement their information security policy. This is the conceptual framework of the study. Information extraction tool will be used to extract information on the gathered digital documents, and all the extracted information will be stored in the database. Information that are extracted will undergo text mining process such as reprocessing, feature selection, and feature generation. Several algorithms will be applied on the dataset to get meaningful information that could be used as classifier and categorize the data. Sensitivity classifier here will be used to label the sensitivity of the data and classify the level of sensitivity found. And application system here will apply the organization's data prevention policy based on the data sensitivity found on the document. Necessary controls will be applied also on the document once it was uploaded on the repository. Document content mapping here will aid the employees to find automatically relevant documents that is linked to their working document. The study will follow the incremental innovation research design and quantitative and qualitative method to evaluate the application system developed. During the development of the data sensitivity model, the proponent will follow the CRIPS-DM methodology in its 6 phases. For the business understanding, the researcher will conduct initial interviews. And on the second phase, which is data understanding, the research will be focusing on data collection, checking the quality, and exploring the data. And other 6 phases will be used in the development of the application. So during the software development, the researcher will use the Scrum methodology. It allows projects to develop incrementally and greatly reduces the risk of the result to be significantly different from what was envisioned at the beginning of the project. The researcher will develop the system on the Microsoft C#.NET, and in the Invisive framework, Python will be used as a simulation tool to test the model created. The researcher will conduct a survey in the host organization for the user experience of the system. A purpose-led sampling technique will be used, and the respondents of the study is already determined, whereas the number of the managers should be 2, and then the business analyst should be 5, and the developer should be 10, and the quality assurance with 10 number of respondents, and for the technical experts with the 5 number of respondents. From the results of the survey, the research will analyze if the system were able to help the organization and resolve the problems stated. Likert scale will be used with a descriptive interpretation on evaluating the proposed software. And Convac alpha will be used to evaluate the reliability or internal consistency of the study. Partially, these are the results that being generated by the previous experimentation. So data became an essential part of the business success, and data breaches and data leaks are prevalent issues in the cyber world. Several technologies and measures are already in place that safeguards our data from accidental loss, deliberate exfiltration, corporate espionage, ransomware attacks, and hardware failure. But still, the data can be damaged, corrupted, stolen, and deleted by insider or outsider threats. Based on the Information Security Forum, sensitive data is information that could cause harm to organization if it was disclosed to unauthorized parties, or, for example, the merger acquisition plans, the personal identifiable information, product designs, pricing models, and source
2
codes.
minutes left.
Data can be deemed sensitive if it has the potential impact when there is unauthorized disclosure. Collectively, we can organize or categorize the data into 3: intellectual property, corporate data, and customer data. So there are already implemented DLP strategies and tools that allow organizations to scale and adapt quickly. DLP can protect the data across components and environments, and it can monitor network traffic. Distributed data use, real-time information streams, and changing regulations are presenting a new DLP challenges that must be overcome. This study will use unsupervised machine learning and supervised machine learning to label the data for its sensitivity towards protecting the digital documents. Silhouette score and accuracy score will be used to evaluate the data mining techniques used in the study. This study will use the digital documents of the software development company to protect their partner-sensitive information and incorporate the organization's data prevention policy. Also, this study will develop a content mapping to help the organization for ease of referencing of the digital documents. And this study will adopt the questionnaire of Gatpandan and Ambat in 2027 study, which is based on ISO 25010, and create a new evaluation form for the enhancement of the organization's data protection procedures and policy. And that's end my presentation. And thank you for the organizing committee of May 2022.
Thank you so much, Mr. Denver. Thank you so much for a very, very nice presentation. Thank you. So let's move to the 7th presenter. She will talk about analysis of the role of government and community in managing mangrove vegetation at Eco-Marine Muara Angke for sustainable coastal ecosystem. Okay, please welcome Adelina. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Mas, bahannya udah kasih ke Mbak itu tadi. Oh ya, thank you. Halo. Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like present my paper. The title, Analysis of the Role of Government and Community in Managing Mangrove Vegetation at Eco-Marine Muara Angke for Sustainable Coastal Ecosystem. The research team, author Adelina, and co-author Diana Vivanti Sigit and Ahmad Hussein. The outline topic, the outline research topic, number 1, research background, number 2, literature study, 3, research methods, 4, result and discussion, 5, conclusion and reference. The next, research background. The territory of Indonesia stretches from Sabang Island to Merauke and has 17,499. Meanwhile, the area of mangrove in DKI Jakarta province is 259.93 hectare, of which 220.84 are is good condition and 39.09 hectare are in moderate damage. Number 3, the mangrove ecosystem on the coast of Muara Angke is partially damaged. Next, Indonesia is now as an air-vigilant country with a strategic geographical location. The highest distribution of mangrove in Papua. The decline in quality and quantity of mangrove. The decline in quality and quantity of mangrove vegetation is important issues in urban environmental problem. Human needs leads to intervention and over-exploitation of the sustainability of mangrove and their ecosystem due to the compression delays this land function. The next, the photo map of North Jakarta, Eco-Marine Muara Angke mangrove conservation area. The research location, mangrove forest which has a lot mangrove growing around. There are many residential areas that do not get a resident permit from the government. The average person who live there is a fisherman. Picture 2. Mangrove, the road of the bridge are covered by plastic waste. Mangrove types of mangrove can grow on plastic waste because the rod are supported. The rod are from top to bottom. However, fire type mangrove cannot live because they harbor rods covered in plastic and will die. Research purpose: analyzing the government role in managing mangrove vegetation at Ecomarine Muara Angke. Analyzing the role of the community in managing mangrove vegetation at Ecomarine Muara Angke. Number 3, analyzing mangrove vegetation management at Ecomarine Muara Angke for a sustainable coastal ecosystem by village and community. The problem research. Ecomarine Muara Angke is the amount of garbage. Mangrove forest is a problem that requires serious handling. Number 3, mangrove forest management. Ecomarine Muara Angke has limited funds. Number 4, decrease in the quality and quantity mangrove vegetation and Muara Angke area requiring the attention of the local government. Research objectives. Ecomarine mangrove Muara Angke. The next, literature study. Strategy definition. Role is a dynamic aspect, the position of something. If a person performs his rights and obligation according to his position. The next, government is a form of organization that cooperates and carries out the task of managing the government system and setting policies to achieve state goal. Strategy planning definition. Horton et al. Define society as a group of people who are relatively independent, who live together long enough, inhabit a certain area, share some culture, and carry out most of their activities within the group. Research method. This research method using qualitative and technique and data collection, 1 interview, 2 observation, 3 document, and 4 audiovisual material. Result and discussion. Okay. Implementation of customer service UP3, DKI Jakarta continues to provide assistance to the Muara Angke Ecomarine area to clean the location from villages of garbage with the community, which is a mangrove habitat and other ecosystem. It become very serious concern from the government in dealing with waste in the Muara Angke. Mangrove estimates by population pressure, household waste, and factory waste. The government has applied to the public to keep the environment clean and maintain the preservation of mangrove to reduce tidal flooding and seawater abrasion. Muara Angke mangrove forest is reduced due abrasion, seawater rises, so that some mangrove forests are lost. Strategy planning for producing the alternative I'm sorry. The mangrove Muara Angke are area as habitat for mangrove and other marine biota habitat requires good and comprehensive planning involving all parties, both government and community as well as the private sector. Conclusion. The result reveal there are. The result of this observation inform about the difficulty of road access to the Muara Angke Ikomarin is due to the large number of illegal settlements around it, and this also has an impact on the mangrove related to the disposal of household waste that can disrupt the habitat of the mangrove ecosystem. The government is still not playing a role in the management of the Muara Angke Ikomarin, which has helped a lot so far, including PGB, both from funding and resources support. There is still a lack of financial support from the government for the development, maintenance of management of Ikomarin mangrove forests. Referensi, this one referensi, Anko Maria, Adrian, Wisudawan Optimilasi. The next, Ahmad Sofian, Cecep Kusmana, and Prof. Made Putrawan. This is my biodata. Thank you for attention.
Yeah, terima kasih Adelina. Okay, I saw that some mangrove was devastated. As in Thailand, we also have this problem, so we try to grow it as well, like in Indonesia. Yeah, thank you for your presentation. Okay, we will have the last presenter. I'm not sure whether he's online or not. Dr. Utami Retno Pujawati. Oh, it's video, right? Okay. Let's see his video presentation. Okay, thank you.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to present my paper. The title is Microclimate Impact on Noise Reduction. This is the research teams. The first author is Dr. Utami Retno Pujawati, second Dr. Purham Toro, third Dr. Eko Naryono, and the fourth is me, Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono. And I would like to thanks to Mr. Ankit Raj, Mrs. Priyanka Sahu, and Mrs. Priya Darsani, and the organizing committee. This paper will be presented in third International Conference on Management, Education, and Emerging Technology. ICMIT will be held at 22nd and 23rd of October 2022 in Jakarta, Indonesia. The theme is Empowering Recent Trends in Education, Science and Technology, organized by MIT Conference by Core Research Foundation CRF in India. The venue will be held in Aston Priority Simatupang and Conference Center, Jakarta, Indonesia. The outline is research background, literature study, research method, result and discussion, conclusion and references. The introduction: the toll roads is part of everyday user who use the services as one of the transportation infrastructure to achieve the purpose of the trip, provides a sense of safety and comfort in driving on the highway. The toll road is expected freeway road, which is people through it comfortably, but in Indonesia, toll road is always jammed every day because many roads users want to get past. The research backgrounds number one is the need for settlements. Settlements makes people willing to live in settlements around the highway because of the narrowness of his land and the purchasing power of people to have a livable place to stay. The impact of the existence of the communities around this toll road, they will be exposed to noise pollution emanating from vehicle along the toll road. Microclimates causes a decrease in temperature and an increase in air humidity. The ability to absorb air depends on its temperature and air humidity. And the last, noise in settlements along the edge of the toll road is caused by the increase of sound intensity due to heavy traffic flow, which can be suppressed by the presence of plants. The objective of this research is to determine or to analyze the changes in the microclimate variable with the vegetation along the edge of the toll road and to determine the decrease of the noise level by the change in the variable microclimate along the edge of the toll roads. The later study, the need of settlements makes people willing to live in settlement around the highway because of the narrowness of this land and the purchasing power of people to have a livable place to stay, according to Berhitu on 2010. Plant can contribute to controlling noise because it can absorb and reduce sound. Vegetation also creating a microclimate that its temperature, air humidity, wind speed, and air pressure, according to Indrianto 2006. Microclimate is very useful to reduce the noise level. The solution alternative to this problem is to make this into a green road condition. The role of this plan is to reduce noise by creating a microclimate, according to Suma Atmaja 2001. The other one is the condition will be examined how the impact of the microclimate created vegetation to reduce noise in the settlement along this highway. This condition will be examined how the impact of the microclimate created vegetation to reduce noise in the settlement along this highway. The next factor, with or without vegetation, the more the distance between the vegetation, the air humidity higher, but the temperature will very slow, and the effect of altitude, the higher somewhere, then the temperature in the area will be getting lower and humidity higher. In the afternoon, the air temperature near the surface is higher than in the higher air layers, whereas in the evening, the air temperature near the surface will be lower, so that during the day there will be expansions of air. The research method using multiple linear regression analysis. The research was carried out on the Waru till Sidoarjo Toll Road at kilometer 23, kilometer 27, kilometer 31, and kilometer 33. At kilometer 23, there is no vegetation. There are only a ground cover such as grass, but at kilometer 27, there is a complete vegetation composition, for example, trees, shrub, and bushes. And at kilometer 31, there are trees and scrub, while at kilometer 33, there are only trees. This is the location, the location of A. It is located at kilometer 27 with the composition of tree vegetation, scrub, and scrub. This is A. And B is located at kilometer 23 with the composition of the vegetation without vegetation. And C is located kilometer 30 with the composition of trees. And D is located at kilometer 31 with the composition of trees and scrub and bushes. Okay. Tree, grass. The equipment used is A is sound level meter. This is the roll meter, GPS, and anemometer, barometer, humidity meter, and thermometer. The result in discussion, table number 1, is the comparison between decrease of noise and temperature, increase air humidity, and wind speed. We can see table 1 is decreased noise in the morning, afternoon, and evening. In the more decreased noise is 9.23 plus minus 1.39. In the afternoon, the decreased noise is 4.19 plus minus 2.35. And the evenings, the decreased noise is 10.47 plus minus 2.25. And the other one you can see. The noise reduction occurs in the afternoon. The biggest drop in temperature in the morning. The largest increase in air humidity occurs in the morning, and the largest increase in wind speed occurs in the morning. This is the table number 2, is the module summary. We can see the R square. Table number 2 show the result adjusted R square of 0.962, which means that the drop in temperature, the increase in air humidity, and increase in wind speed on the morning of effect of 96.2% against a decrease in noise, while the rest of 3.8%, 100 minus 96.2 is 3.8% influence of other factors that occur in the vicinity of the study. The other one is table number 3. We can see the are adjusted, coefficient of determinations. Table number 3 show the result adjusted R square of 0.986, which means the drop in temperature, increase in air humidity, and increase in wind speed during the day affect 98.6, then increase, oh sorry, oh 2, sorry. Uh, 98.2 so of the reduction in noise, while the remaining 1.8% influence of other factors that occur in the vicinity of the study. Table number 4, we can see table number 4 show the result adjusted R square of 0.993, which means that the drop in temperature, the increase in air humidity, and increase of wind speed on the morning of effect of 99.3% against the decrease in noise, while the rest of 0.7% influence of other factors that occur in the vicinity of the study. The conclusion of this research is changes in the variable microclimate with plant along the edge of the highway. The declines in average temperature on the morning of 4.90 degrees Celsius on the day of 3.85% Celsius and the afternoon at 1.63 degrees Celsius. B. The increase in average air humidity on the morning of 4.13% during the day amounted up to 3.13% and 1.89% in the afternoon. C. The increase in average wind speed in the morning at 0.5 meter per second on the day of 0.47 meter per second and in the afternoon of 0.47 meter per second. Decreased noise level with the changes of microclimate variables on the morning of 9.23 decibel, 4.19 decibel for daytime, and early evenings of 10.47 decibel. The suggestion for the road tour operator are as follows. Always hold reforestation and maintenance of shade trees on the banks along the highway. Planting shade trees should be to follow the patterns of vegetation component consisting of tree, scrub, and bushes in order to obtain maximum microclimate. So the noise in a residential area can be reduced as much as possible. B. Have a tree planting replacement trees have parents in a certain period so that the noise reduction process by the vegetation is still effective and secure. This is the references, the biodata of first author, Dr. Anda Utamirtno Pujowati, Master of Science. She is an associate professor in Civil Engineering Department, State Polytechnic of Malang, Indonesia. The biodata of the fourth author, Dr. Insinyur Bambang Sukiono Agus Purwono, Master of Science. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much for your fabulous presentation. So before we close our conference, we will have 5 or 10 minutes for the evaluator to finalize the best paper and best presentation award. And then I will ask Dr. Ali to announce the reward. So are you ready, or you have to finalize first? Okay, maybe you can ask the staff if all certificates are ready. Yeah. So say hi, say hello to participants online. Are you still there? Hello. Nobody responds. Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Report. I just happened to be able to join the second session, because I just arrived. Technical session second, which is 8%, 8%, yeah. I think that's all very good, and well thought and well prepared. My comment only then, when you are constructing something, start with the reason why you're doing what you do, what you've done, yeah. Jadi in Indonesia normally we jump into something already divine, well divine. For me, it's better with a problem definition. What happened, what is left by other researchers, and that what's left, then you can give an overview what is happening after that is left by other researcher. Then you bundle it up, becoming your problem statement. After problem statement done, then you formalize it, become research objective. And after the research objective, you maybe construct your hypothesis, you construct your research methodology, and then you start to guess what is going to happen by expected outcome. So that actually flow the research nicely. For PhD candidate, normally it is advisable to do and start with a very constructive, good literature review. So the weakness may be on the literature review. Literature review must be very strong, so that and very recent. So you make comment, criticism, constructive criticism on what is being done by others. So that actually my suggestion for other researcher to start the research. I think that's all. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for your comment. Dr. Ali, do you have any comment?
I think just a very brief comment. I agree with what Prof. Eri said. Yeah. So I think I just want to continue on that part. I think the most challenging part in this area, I think this is a very broad area of management, education, and emerging technology, is to predict the future. So we actually don't know what is going to happen in the future, because I think in America and in Europe we have news of recession going on, food and energy crisis there because of war in Ukraine. Yeah, and in some extent we also feel the effects here in Asia. Yeah, everybody. So it's going to be tough to predict what's going to happen in the future. But seeing all of this emerging technology that we saw. Yeah, we're talking about IT, data management, educational sciences, and so on. So actually, at least we still have a glimpse of hope. Although maybe, I don't know, we are going to see a crisis in the front of us. We are going to entering that kind of crisis, whatever it is. So we will. I hope every one of us will be able to survive and withstand with all the challenges upon us. I think that's all.
Okay, thank you so much for our evaluators and also guest speaker and keynote speaker for this fantastic event. So next, I would like Dr. Ali to announce the best paper and also the best presentation, and he will give the reward and certificate to the winner. Dr. Ali, please.
Hello, moderator.
Yes, yes.
May I have a suggestion? Shall we shall we share our email address and the mobile phone number so we can make a networking? So we can make networking in the future. We can join research or become a reviewer. Thank you, Babang Sugiono Agus Purwono. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will tell the CEO of this event, and then she will send us the information of everybody email address so we can contact in the future. Thank you.
See you.
See you. Bye bye. Bye. Lois is gone. Prof. Bambang is gone. Oh, yeah. In the middle, all right. All right. So, can I start now, the meeting? All right. Okay, so, good afternoon. I think in this very happy moment, I would like to announce who will be the best presenter in Meet Conference 2022. So, the best presenter goes to Tada Dr. Waipot Kulacai. Congratulations, everybody. So in the virtual, in the Zoom, you can give applause as well. So here it is. So let's show. Nice. The second one is so that was for the presenter. Now we also give high appreciation to the best research paper goes to Dr. Sip Narong Kancana Wong Paisan. This is interesting because all the winners came from Thailand. Yeah. Congratulations to Thailand. Congratulations to Thailand. Yeah, I think it's you. Yes, it's you. Okay, thank you. I think that's all from my side. So I will give it back to the committee.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, it's the time to give the certificate for our participant. The first one is this is the certificate in recognition of outstanding contribution as keynote speaker. Professor Adesta, please. Thank you. And Who's that? Okay, I would like to give the co-host to Universitas Indo Global Madini. Oh, you again, right? Okay. Oh, Professor Ari, you do everything. And I would like to give the certificate to Dr. Ali. Oh, he with us for all days. Thank you so much for his contribution. I will give you both. Thank you. And the participant, we start with, Harif Ahmad Sophia Hanif. Who is that? Oh, sorry, Hanif. Sorry, I can't read this. Emmanuel, please. Who is Emmanuel? You also have a nice presentation too. Mr. Pachapon Hom Yam Yen, please. He delivered the shortest presentation. Thank you. 5 minutes. And Mr. Sipnarong, please. Adelina, the bank club presentation.
So, there is another token of appreciation for you, Professor Michael. See you in Bangkok.
So, ladies and gentlemen, could you please take a photo with us, please? The final shoot, the final shooting. So everyone, could you please come to in front the room? So we will take a photo together again. Thank you, everyone. See you again in the next event. Okay. Okay. People online, see you again next year. Bye bye. Bye bye. Oh, bye bye this year. Bye bye. Thank you for your nice contribution and see you again next time. Thank you. Bye bye.